Okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Carla with an Unexpected Journal, and I am here today with Zach Schmoll, and we are very excited to welcome you to the launch party of our second issue, which is in honor of Dr. Holly Ordway. So I'm going to introduce Zach to you here, and he'll tell you a little bit more about what you're going to be seeing today.
Cool. Well, hey, thank you so much, Carla, and thank you so much, everyone, for coming along today to join us for this really exciting Advent celebration. This is our third time doing one of these launch party events, and I don't know about you, Carla, I assume you feel the same, but it's just a joy to bring together so many talented writers and just give them the chance to share their inspiration with you and what they've written about and what they what's been put on their hearts to share with you. So we have a full packed day for you today, and I'm going to share our schedule with you now on the screen. Let's see if I do this right. There we go. So right now we're obviously welcoming you to join us, but in a few minutes we'll be joined by Dr. Holly Ordway to talk about, mainly her newest book, Tolkien's Modern Reading, but also some other associated topics. Then soon after, we will be interviewing Dr. Michael Ward and myself about the articles we contributed to the article or to the issue. Carla is going to be interviewing us. Then we're having a giveaway, and we'll tell you more about the giveaway in a second during our next intermission. Theresa Pihl and Clark Weidener contributed some imaginative submissions, and I can't wait to talk about creativity with them. Dr. Ordway is well known too for her contributions in the realm of poetry. So the next session, we have Donald Hitchens, Donald Williams, and Seth Myers. Again, another giveaway. So we'll tell you more about that in a minute. Then we have reviews. We're gathering the harvest here. So Ryan Grube, Andy Crawford, and Andy Nardone all, in one way or another, kind of reviewed Dr. Ordway's most recent book, or at least commented on it. So that will be an exciting session to talk about. And then at the end, Jesse Baker, Jason Smith, and Virginia de Lastra shared the ways in which they were inspired by their teacher, Dr. Ordway. So it's going to be a very full day, and we have a big giveaway at the end. So again, you don't want to miss out on any of this. But I'm going to I've talked about giveaways a lot. So Carla, maybe you want to share how the giveaway mechanic works, and I can advance the slide to help you with that.
Okay, so we are doing several giveaways today, and that is integrated with our streaming platform. So wherever you're watching from, just enter harvest, #harvest, into either the chat or the comments, depending on where you're watching from, and then we will have an automatic drawing for that. You'll just pull from everyone's name who has entered that hashtag. So here's the thing. There is one winner per session. So if you win once, then you're not eligible to win another one. Sometimes the giveaway tool gets a little quirky and likes a particular person and keeps drawing them. So one prize per launch party. So anyway, I share it with your friends. The more the merrier. It's more fun when we have more entries. And also, I just wanted to talk a little bit about this issue. Like I said, this is our 16th issue. This is our 4th year. And if you're not familiar with an Unexpected Journal, we are a journal dedicated to cultural apologetics. And you may know a little bit about apologetics if you go look on the Amazon category list, you may see a bunch of books like from C.S. Lewis or Lee Strobel or William Lane Craig. And a lot of times what people think of as apologetics is propositional arguments. Cultural apologetics is different in that it utilizes the imagination and it mediates this discussion about these same things that these argumentative discussions have, but it mediates it through things that are common in culture that we're familiar with. So, for example, if you look at the way Jesus taught, he always taught in parables. He taught through story. And so that is what cultural apologetics is. If you go and look at our website, you can see we have just a range of articles using different popular books, different popular movies, and things that people really love, like Star Wars or Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings. And we share and illustrate how that reveals a little bit more about the goodness of God and his truth. And so not all of us who started the journal, not everyone who contributes, graduated from the Cultural Apologetics program at Houston Baptist University. And Dr. Holly Ordway was one of the founding professors that really helped shape and form and make the program what it is. It's very unique in the way that it approaches apologetics. And we just really appreciate all of her mentorship and her just everything that she's invested in us. It's not just the classes, but if you talk to people that have been through the program, she was someone that really was a cheerleader for all of her students. She really went to bat for them. She encouraged them in her work. And so that's part of what you're going to be hearing about today, is how she's made a difference in people's lives. So when we look at the imaginative harvest of Holly Ordway, it's not only what she's produced herself, but the work that she's inspired in other people. Zach, would you like to add to that?
I think the best way for me to add to that is, like you said, all of us originally came out of Houston Baptist, and I think it's a very safe assumption to say that this publication, all that we've been able to do, would not have been possible without the head start we got, and Dr. Ordway was a huge part of that. So I'm personally grateful for it, and I know all of us are too, and I'm sure you'll notice that recurring theme throughout our time together today. And so yeah, we're very excited to be able to do this. And Advent are special issues for us. If you followed the journal for very long, you'll know that every Advent we had to celebrate a specific person. So our first one was Dr. Michael Ward. We did one on Chesterton. We did one on McDonald. So it's just great to add to that tradition through this and to do it in a way that's meaningful to a lot of us. So I'm very grateful for that. Let's see. So I think while we're talking about the journal too, I do want to, before we dive into this conversation with Dr. Ordway herself, I just want to mention a few things about the journal. First of all, we do, if you're not sure if an unexpected journal is for you, obviously our content is freely available online. So feel free to go to our website, it's all there. However, if you want it in a Kindle format too, we'd love to be able to give that to you for free by signing up for our newsletter. There's a link for it. And this is our inaugural issue, The Abolition of Man. It's such an important book for so many of us. So that's why we chose that one to give out. It really gives you a good flavor of who we are, what we do, and why we care so much about imaginative apologetics. I also just wanted to mention really quickly that we give you all our content for free. So if you would like to donate to us, there's a way to do that here. You can text AUJ Harvest to the number shown. You can donate on our website. So that's very important to us as well. And we appreciate all your support. Again, we're very grateful to have the platform to do this. And so we appreciate your help doing that. Now, I think one other way that you can support us that most people take advantage of is obviously subscribing. We print in digital in a wide variety of platforms and formats online. Also, I've found, and I think Carla, you'll agree, a lot of our readers are actual print book people. They love to hold a book in their hand. So if you subscribe directly, you do save a lot off the cover price on Amazon or Barnes & Noble or wherever you buy. So again, we'll save you some money, and you can support us at the same time. I think, though, before we dive in, and maybe, Carly, you'll want to talk about this really quickly. I mean, this isn't like the final issue we're ever doing. So we have another whole year of exciting content coming up. Do you want to share a little bit about that?
Sure. So we publish quarterly in March, June, August, and December. And next year, we are going to be talking about saints and sanctuaries in the spring. Summer is going to be our issue on dragons. Fall is the topic we're going to be writing about joy. And in Advent, we are going to be focusing on the works of Shakespeare. We had a lot of requests from our contributors. So I just did want to mention we are streaming to several different platforms. Most places, if you look in the description of the live stream, there'll be links to the site and where you can get this. If you're on Amazon and you're watching this live, you can just click in the carousel right below it and order the issue right there, and then so it's super convenient there. And also, I don't have this on the other descriptions, but a lot of the books that we're going to be talking about in the different sessions, they're also listed in the carousel on Amazon Live. So if you're interested in any of the things that we've talked about, they're all listed there just to make it convenient. So we are coming up on our very first segment where we're going to be having more of a chat with Dr. Ordway. So Zach, should we get started on that?
I think we should. And just one more last shout out before we go, because everybody wants free books, because who doesn't love free books? So if I just go back a few slides here, again, remember, #Harvest wherever you're watching. I can see the chat here on the various platforms, and a lot of people are already already entering their comments. So that's super exciting. And hey, we want to put books in your hand. So that's super cool. And we love to do that. But yeah, so maybe we will, Carla will have a short video transition, and then we will we'll let it roll.
Okay, we'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Ordway.
Hello, Zach. Hello, Carla.
Hi, how are you guys? So this is a first for us. You're actually, we've streamed to our Facebook and YouTube, but this is a very first time we're going to be streaming to Amazon Live. So you are our very first person. Pretty exciting, right?
It's exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being here with us today. We're so grateful that you joined in, and your book is. I can't wait to talk about it because I really think it's going to change the conversation in Tolkien studies, and so I'm so excited for these people out here who maybe haven't read your book yet to have the opportunity to learn more about why they should.
Oh, well, thanks. But I have to say first, a shout out for Unexpected Journal because, I mean, honestly, I'm just bowled over by this whole thing and by seeing this issue, for me. And I have to say, I think I can speak for a lot of teachers out there that the best possible gift you can give a teacher, like myself, is to see students picking up what we teach you and then using it to do these great things. So, I mean, this is the best Christmas present ever to see all the work that you are doing, that you're taking these things that we've taught you at HPU, that you're taking from my work and carrying it forward to do things with it. I mean, that is just, it's fantastic. So keep it up. And I encourage the viewers, subscribe to this journal. You won't regret it. You'll be glad.
Thank you so much. That's so nice. And we'd love to do it. We're so grateful to have the opportunity and the platform to share. I'm really interested in maybe the first question that might be great for people to understand is, in the interview that we had in this issue with you, you mentioned that intellectual curiosity was basically the foundation for why you wrote your book, Tolkien's Modern Reading. And I guess the question is, why weren't the answers available that you were looking for? Like, why is the medieval picture of Tolkien that maybe he didn't read modern sources? Why is that so dominant if, as I would say you've argued successfully, if that's inaccurate?
That's such an interesting question, Zach, and it's a complex one. And in fact, that question added a couple of years literally onto the writing of this book as I had to wrestle with it. And I think there's a couple of factors involved. The clearest is that his biographer, Humphrey Carpenter, who wrote the full authorized biography, and had such significant influence in later biographers, simply states outright that he had no interest in modern literature, that he didn't read it, that he took no notice of it. And so it's perfectly logical that people took that as accurate. I mean, he's the authorized biographer, right? Now, it turns out that I discovered that Carpenter himself did not even try for objectivity. He had issues with Tolkien. He had just a strange view on what constitutes biography. He even said in an interview that he thought most biographies were really about the biographer. Well, that's interesting, but it doesn't help us understand Tolkien. So that's part of it. But I think there's a couple other factors in there as well. One of them is that since Tolkien worked in medieval literature for his profession, and that's what he wrote about professionally, there's kind of a presupposition that would be his main interest. And that's accurate in that was his professional interest. I mean, he was an expert on Beowulf, on ancient languages. This is what he did, and he was deeply interested in it, and it had a huge influence on his work, and that's absolutely correct. But since that's the most visible part, and what he was reading privately isn't as visible, people tended to see more the medieval part, I think, primarily, and that's natural enough. And I think a third factor, interestingly, is that people, even in Tolkien's lifetime, almost wanted him to be kind of nostalgic and backward looking. And it's quite telling that there was an interview that he did during his lifetime. He's talking with this interviewer who basically tries to lead him into saying that he doesn't read the newspapers and doesn't care about modern day events. And Tolkien says, oh no, I subscribe to 3 newspapers. And he says very emphatically that he's interested in local news and national news and international news. And I found that he was, in fact, very up to date in international news. But I think it's interesting that even in his lifetime, people just wanted to put him in that medieval nostalgic sort of pigeonhole. And my thinking in this is that he's just sort of easier to domesticate if you put him in that little category. And if you see that he really is engaging with the themes and issues of modernity, the kinds of issues that he raises about power, about, domination, about totalitarianism, about the environment, they're much more challenging and prophetic if we see him as someone who's engaging with the modern world, drawing on the medieval world. And that's scary. And I think people have wanted, even in his day, no, he's just this cute little medievalist. Let's leave him be.
So in your interview with an Unexpected Journal, you mentioned Tolkien read many female authors, and he also wrote many strong female characters. And that maybe wasn't as common in his day as it might be today. Did you uncover anything where this originated from, like why he had more readily accepted his female colleagues?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question again, and one that I, have only just started sort of investigating. But I think we can see some kind of positive influences very early on. I mean, he had a remarkable mother. Mabel Tolkien was highly intelligent, highly educated, was educating him at home in languages and literature, and she was obviously very strong-minded. She converted to Catholicism. And he followed her example. So from his earliest days, he had a very robust female role model whom he loved and admired. It's also interesting to note that he met his future wife, Edith, when he was just 16. And she was also a very strong woman. She was an orphan. She was making her way in the world. And she ended up becoming what Tolkien would say was his Luthien to him. And if you know the story of the Silmarillion, Luthien is an amazing character. She actually rescues the male character Beren in the story of Beren and Luthien. She is one tough, robust, strong character. So I think Edith had an important role in that. And then in his English faculty work, he got to know other female colleagues whom he became friends with and admired. And I just think he had a good start to begin with. And I want to name one other important influence, I think, in his positive interaction with women, and that's that he always had a very strong personal devotion to the Virgin Mary. As a Catholic, this is part of his devotional life, but he had a particular emphasis on admiring Mary. He even says, describes her as the person upon whom all my own small perception of beauty, both in majesty and simplicity, is founded. That's a pretty robust statement. So here we see, integrated with his faith, this deep respect and admiration for Mary, the Mother of God. And I think that also weaves into his positive personal experiences to give him a really strong foundation to respect, admire, and to work alongside women.
Awesome.
Wow. Yeah, I love that. And it's so interesting because one thing that your book really, and your work really in general, has centered around is the role of the imagination. And your new book obviously shows that Tolkien's imagination was influenced by maybe some sources that we might not expect. Like you said, he's a lot easier to wrestle with if we make him a cute little medieval kind of figure from the past. But why is the imagination? I mean, I guess we can answer this broadly or in the context of your work, however you want to do it. But why is the imagination such a critical issue for apologists today? I mean, Carly, you spoke to that in the lead-in, but Dr. Ordway, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that too.
Well, this is really this whole question is at the really center of my apologetics work. So I got my literary critical work with Tolkien. I got my apologetics work. And this question of the imagination is really central to that, because I would argue that the main underlying issue, the number one issue when we're addressing how do we talk about the faith, how do we share the faith, is actually this question of meaning. Because we can use words like resurrection or prayer or sin or grace, and I think for a lot of people, I mean, including my former self, because I'm a convert, these words don't really mean much of anything, or they mean something trivial or distorted. And so when we're talking about the faith, when we're talking about Jesus, when we're talking about what we believe, a lot of times we're just talking past each other because the words don't have any real meaning. And this is a relatively new and major shift, because up till, I would say, middle of the 20th century, even in cultures that had largely become secularized, there was a lot of cultural capital. So we were kind of coasting culturally. You could assume people had the right meanings, even if they chose not to act on them or chose to reject what they meant. But now that's not the case, and so we need to be developing meaning, and that's where the imagination comes into play, because the imagination is the meaning-making faculty. Our intellect, our reason, is what makes judgments. Our senses are what give us images of what we see. But our imagination is the faculty that forms those images, those memories, those thoughts into images that we can then actually make a judgment about, so that it makes something robust that we can think about. And I think that's something that Tolkien does very well. He does it very subtly. The Lord of the Rings is not an allegory. He's not making a gospel tract. But he is infusing it with his faith, because he believes it. It's infusing everything that he's doing. And so we see in, for instance, the figure of Frodo, a very meaningful image of Christian self-sacrifice. We see an image of Christ. We see that in Sam. We see it in Aragorn, a figure of Christ as king. We see in Gandalf, a figure of Christ as like a prophet. Well, I believe there's an issue. There's an article in this issue about that. So we see the way that Tolkien is a master at creating meaning with this imagination, with his stories. And so you can read The Lord of the Rings and have a sense of what it means to be self-sacrificial, about what the image of Christ really is. That's actually robust and real. And so then you might actually turn to the Gospels and kind of take them more seriously than you might otherwise have done, if the only thing you know about Christ is like, oh, it's on those billboards about keep Christ in Christmas, like, yeah, whatever. Actually have a robust picture, and therefore, this is the key thing, you're interested. You're going to want to know more. Who is this Jesus called Christ? And that, I think, is the main and foundational role of the imagination in apologetics.
So I just wanted to say, you mentioned in your last comment that you were converts. So you actually wrote a book about this, about your coming to faith, and the title of that book is Not God's Type, An Academic Atheist Lays Down Her Arms. If you look at the cover of our book, that actually, the Virginia, actually, our designer, integrated, so that's the reference. The other thing that she's been talking about in this last is also in another book that she wrote about imaginative apologetics, and that is called Apologetics and Christian Imagination. And I'm sorry, I forgot what the subtitle was, but anyway, so everything that she's been saying here now, that's in those, it's in those two books. Okay, so now, a lot of us from Houston Baptist like to talk about C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien. Do you have any other recommendations of authors who are doing similar kinds of imaginative apologetics?
I don't have a lot of recommendations. I always sort of brace myself when I get this question, because part of the problem is that we don't have nearly enough. Now, there are other authors out there doing great things. There's none that has had the massive impact, I think, that Tolkien and Lewis has had. But I think one figure that I might note straight away is Malcolm Guite. He's an Anglican poet, and he's doing a tremendous amount to kind of revive this idea of the imagination. And indeed, Malcolm's book, Faith, Hope, and Poetry, was really the book that directly inspired me to take up the work of imaginative apologetics. So you have kind of a genealogy, right? From Malcolm to me to you. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the things notable about Malcolm Guite's work is that it's becoming widely popular. He's not just writing for a niche audience, which is the case for a lot of Christian authors. He's actually reaching a really wide audience with poetry books that are actually becoming bestsellers. I mean, poetry is remarkable these days. So I think that's someone to really look at in terms of his work.
Yeah, in one of the later sessions, they actually someone mentions that book helped them appreciate poetry, because I think a lot of us have I don't know, we have challenges. I don't know why that is, why we have challenges with poetry when historically that's been the main type of literature, right? Is this verbal poetry and song and poem, but we don't seem to be able to, we have problems with it.
Well, I think that's because it hasn't been taught. I mean, I know that when I was in school, a lot of what we got for poetry was, you had to dissect it, but you didn't enjoy it. And I think we've somewhat lost this idea of it's okay. You can read a poem and just like it. That's allowed. You have permission. Officially, all audience, you have permission to just like poems. I give you that permission officially. You got it from me. And I also think that the modern free verse poetry has taken over kind of critically for the last few decades. And that has its value and it's done well, but it doesn't have the widespread appeal that poetry with traditional verse forms does, with rhyme, with rhythm, with structure, with narrative. These are the verse forms that have lasted for millennia, and for good reason. And I think part of the reason a lot of people today don't like poetry, don't think they like poetry, is that first, they've never been taught how to read it. And second, the only poetry they've been given has been really kind of modernist, almost experimental stuff. And they think, I don't care for this. Therefore, I don't like poetry. But no, you just don't like that kind of poetry. So that's what I like about Malcolm Guite's poetry, is it's using traditional verse forms. You can read it, you can enjoy it. It sounds great. And as a poet myself, this is the kind of form that I try to work in. I write sonnets, I write Theresa, because I think, using forms that are accessible and engaging to the reader matters. Like, I want people to actually enjoy the poetry that I write. This ought not to be rocket science. So I exhort poets. It's okay. Write stuff people like. This is good.
So we didn't send her this question to her ahead of time, but I have this question, so I'm going to ask her anyway. So I did not take your creative writing class at HBU, and I am really regretting that I didn't do that, because I see all the amazing work that people who took it have done, and almost all of them say, yeah, I didn't think I was a creative writer. I didn't like poetry ahead of time. So, but we have, I mean, if you look at the issues of the journal, we always have poetry, because Donald Catching always submits at least something to a poem there. But what's your secret? What is your secret to getting that, like helping people discover something that they didn't know they have?
Well, this is an interesting question. What's my secrets? I think probably I would say, first of all, just the recognition that to write creatively is hard work. It's not just a question of inspiration. And anybody who's had one of my classes that teaches academic writing has the same experience. But creative writing is not really any different in that sense. I think a lot of people have this mistaken idea that if I'm going to be a poet, I need to be able to just have a moment of inspiration and dash off this poem, or I'm going to write a novel, I need to be fired with inspiration. I just sit down and it flows from my pen. Well, this is rubbish. It's nonsense. It's what people write. Well, I mean, maybe there's somebody who writes like that, but I've never met them. I don't. And I think this idea, and this is something that I work with at the Word on Fire Institute, which is where I work full time now. I'm doing writing groups within the Institute, and fostering creative writing. And so doing seminars. So I'm now teaching creative writing in that venue. And I've been taking the same approach, which is to say, you need to take a piece of creative writing through that same process: idea generation, drafting, revision, feedback. All of my students in the audience are probably saying, yeah, this is familiar, right? So it's not in that sense different. And I think that simple step, that you don't have to expect to be able to dash off something in a white heat of inspiration and have it be brilliant, if you can get past that false expectation, all of a sudden it opens up realms of possibility. Your first draft of the story might be terrible. This is okay.
Mhm.
The first draft of an essay is going to be terrible. The story's not going to be any different. And I think that recognition, just roll up your sleeves and get to it. And also learn the craft. If you're going to write poetry, learn how rhyme works, learn how meter works, learn the verse forms. If you're writing fiction, know the genre, know the form, know about pacing and structure and characterization. It's hard work, very hard work. And once you accept that as well, it's like, okay, I'm not going to be amazing instantly. I'm going to work at it. So that's kind of the summing up of my general approach to teaching creative writing.
You know, I've had those times, moments where it just flows and I just don't even have to think about it. And I think that's almost an obstacle sometimes, because then you're always waiting for that experience of writing. And then you think that if you're not in that state or that flow, that it's not going to be good, or you can't write or whatever. And so that took me a while to get out of that.
At least for me too, it's really encouraging to look back at Tolkien and realize that he revised a lot, and he had a lot of help with his peer editors, shall we say. The Inklings were very sometimes strong in their criticism, I believe, on Tolkien's work, and so it's encouraging to me that he needed his friends to help him, and sometimes I need help too, and I'm entirely. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, we really need this community of writers. I mean, one of the things in Tolkien's Modern Reading that I most delighted in was writing the acknowledgments. I mean, it's a page and a half of really dense print because I had so many people to thank in the work of this book. I mean, obviously, I'm the one who wrote it, but it wasn't a solo endeavor in the sense of me just all isolated. All these people helped, and many people gave comments and feedback and help on it. And I think that's really important. And of course, if we look at Tolkien as an example of somebody who did a lot of revising, we also have to bear in mind that he could be too much a perfectionist and had to have basically the manuscript pried out of his hands, and sent to the publisher, because eventually you have to let it go. And I have to admit, I gained some sympathy with Tolkien because I spent 10 years working on Tolkien's Modern Reading, and I literally was doing last edits to the proofs 30 minutes before I had to go to the printers. And so I kid you not. And I sympathize with him, but at some point you've got to say, I have given it everything I can, which I did. And now it has to go out into the world. So there's that that balance as well.
That sounds like the journal. We have very short publishing timelines, which we are trying to work on. But that was one of the things when I did take another writing class from Dr. Ordway, and she assigns Bandersnatch by Diana Glyer, and it talks about that creative community that the Inklings had, which Tolkien was a part of. We do have, she's not going to be with us today, but we do have an essay by Jamie Porterwood that talks about, the impact of understanding that was in community. But when I was reading, I think it was that book where she provides a clip of some of Tolkien's early rendition, and I'm thinking, okay, that really isn't that good, and so that makes me feel better because maybe there's hope for me. like the thing that was included, it was like really rough.
Well, you mentioned your book going out into the world, and I mean, your thesis is a little bit provocative. I mean, but it challenges the conventional wisdom that so many have accepted for so long. So how's the reception been to Tolkien's Modern Reading? Have you gotten a lot of pushback, for lack of a better word?
Well, I've been really pleased with the reception. I think overall people have seen, that this is something useful and something good. I mean, I made my best effort to document everything to the nth degree. There's thousands of footnotes and endnotes, literally. And I think that helps because I'm not just making this stuff up. You can trace everything, to the evidence. So I think I'm very grateful. It's been very, very well received. The only kind of pushback I've gotten a little bit is some folks saying I'm a little too tough on Humphrey Carpenter. And for that, I would say, well, I think he deserves everything I said in the book. But mostly what I do in the book is I present what Carpenter himself said about Tolkien and the Inklings. And I show where Carpenter was simply incorrect in the things that he says. And I think the reader can draw their own conclusions about whether Carpenter, made some missteps or not. And the other slight pushback I've gotten, again, this has been not much, is people saying, well, this isn't new. We knew that Tolkien read these modern things before. And I think this is an interesting point because in Tolkien's scholarship, it's absolutely correct that there have been authors, critics who did know about many, not all, but many of the modern works that I mentioned. And I quote from them and I cite them in the book. But nothing had been put together. There wasn't a systematic picture. So you had one scholar here, one scholar there, mentioning this modern work or that modern work, but all of them treating it more or less as an exception to the rule. But when you pile up all the exceptions, you realize this isn't about exceptions. There is no rule. And also, even though in the scholarly community, there was already a recognition that he wasn't just a medievalist, if you look at the wider world, because Tolkien's readership is massive, just look at what goes out there in the media and you'll see an absolute stereotype of him as nostalgic, tweety, stuck in the past, old fuddy-duddy. Memes, jokes, videos, everything. And even, people who should know better, journalists, writing articles in newspapers about Tolkien, they just default to saying that, of course, he hated the modern world. Of course, he hated technology because that's what everybody knows, right? So out there in the wider world, there's absolutely a pervasive sense of him as being stuck in the past. And that's a different question than what Tolkien specialists knew. And so what I'm hoping is that this book will help to start to bridge that gap. Because I know that a lot of the readers of Tolkien's modern reading are people who are part of that wider readership. And just no one has told them. No one has told them, look, he wasn't like that. He was actually much more complex, much more interesting, much more well-read. And so it really has been an eye-opener for kind of the average Tolkien reader. And I'm delighted. And I have to say, those pushbacks have been very, very slight. I'm quite grateful, really grateful for the way that it has been, I think, very well received, broadly speaking.
That's awesome to hear. And it is funny. I've been teaching a class on Tolkien to some high school students. And it is funny how, that picture does seem to be influential even, and they're very well read. They've read Tolkien themselves. They're very knowledgeable for high school students. And that was kind of the picture that they had been given. So I was very grateful you'd written this book because I didn't assign it because I didn't know we were talking. We'd go down that road, but I'm like, oh, I have a recommendation for you guys. It's important.
So one of my my favorite parts of the book is that your discussion about what Tolkien called the leaf mold, like the impact of all the influences. And just as a note, if you get Tolkien's modern reading, she has in the back, she has a chart basically of everything she researched that he read, whether he read it, like how she verified it, his notes. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And the book itself is a really, like, this is something you could give as a gift and not think that you were giving a cheap gift. It has it's a beautiful cover. It has pictures on the inside. It's really nice. The paper is really nice. It's just a nicely produced book too. But can you talk a little bit about the leaf mold?
Oh, well, this is just the way that his creative imagination worked. And I think that's one of the things that I would suggest as a kind of takeaway for readers of this book, because, obviously it's of interest to scholars that, that he read all these different things. And I've pulled up a lot of things people just didn't know about this. And this picture of Tolkien as someone who really was engaged with the modern world is I think a big shift in our understanding. It's making our picture of him much more well-rounded, because those other parts are still true and accurate. He really was a medievalist. He loved the past. That's absolutely true. We're adding another angle here. But I think what's interesting about the leaf mold comment is the way that it shows he had a good insight into his own creative process. He read all these things, ancient literature, medieval literature, modern literature, and it was like the leaves that fall onto the forest floor, and they eventually break down into mulch and become part of the soil, put nutrients in the soil, and they're taken up into the tree. Well, Tolkien had this image of the tree of tales that he was contributing to. How is this tree of tales nourished by all that he has thought and seen and experienced and all that he has read? So all of these things provide part of this sort of nutrient mulch that his tree is rooted in. And that's, I think, really important in understanding the impact of his work. Because one of the questions that, prompted me in this whole endeavor was trying to understand, how is it that this book can speak so powerfully to the modern day? If it's fantasy, it's obviously drawing on medieval literature, Beowulf and other texts. But if that's it, how can it speak so powerfully to the issues of today, which it does? And I think the answer is that his own leaf mulch was composed of a great variety of different things. He had a lot of different experiences, a lot of different friendships, and he read really much, much more widely than we have thought until now. And I think that is a really key insight to understanding his creative imagination. And therefore, I think to understand his work with a fresh way, to see it kind of more three-dimensionally, an extra angle than we did before.
Well, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Holly, for joining us. We just thank you for we just love you. We just are so happy to see you off in publishing, and I know that people at HBU miss you, but we're just I guess it's just time for the rest of the world to have a little bit more of Holly Ordway. But again, she has a website, hollyordway.com. That you can go and visit her work, and her most recent book is Tolkien's Modern Reading. I highly recommend that you pick that up. But her other two books that you should also read that are also very helpful are Not God's Type, which is her spiritual autobiography, and also Apologetics for the Christian Imagination. It'd be awesome to see that book hit the top of the apologetics chart on Amazon. So anyway, we are going to go now into another session with one of Holly Ordway's former colleagues at Houston Baptist University, Dr. Michael Ward and Zach. So we will say goodbye to you, and we will see you next time.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone, thanks for joining us. I am Carla with An Unexpected Journal, and I am here with Dr. Michael Ward and also Dr. Zach Schmoll. I always forget to say Dr. Schmoll. He recently got his PhD. So anyway, we are in the second session of our discussion on the Imaginative Harvest of Holly Ordway, and Dr. Ward is a former colleague of Holly at Houston Baptist University, and Zach is a former student, and he was actually in the second cohort. And we're going to be talking a little bit about new blooms. Like, both of them have written a piece in our issue of An Unexpected Journal that see things in a little bit different way. So we're going to be talking about that today. But first, I'm going to let them introduce themselves and talk a little bit more about who they are and what they do. So, Michael, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you, Carla. I'm very grateful to be part of this streaming, I suppose you'd call it, and also part of the Holly Ordway celebratory issue. It was owing to Holly's invitation that I came on the faculty at Houston Baptist myself back in 2013. And I'm very grateful to have that job and to be part of this excellent enterprise. So I'm a professor of apologetics at HBU, and I live in England. That's where I'm speaking to you from now. I live here in Oxford, where I'm a member of the Faculty of Theology and Religion at the university here in Oxford. And yeah, I've contributed an essay on Tolkien's Lord of the Rings to this latest issue of An Unexpected Journal, and hopefully we'll get to talk about that in a moment.
Awesome. So how about you, Zach?
Yeah, so like Carla said, I mean, most of you probably know me. You've seen my face on here a while, but yeah, my name is Zach Schmoll. I am the managing editor of An Unexpected Journal, and I did recently complete my PhD, and I recently published a book on the problem of evil entitled Disability and the Problem of Evil through Public Philosophy Press. I'm excited to be able to share that with all of you. And I'm also very excited because, well, this spring semester, I'll be actually rejoining Houston Baptist and teaching a class in the apologetics program. So it's kind of come full circle for me. I was the first fully online graduate at HBU, who completed 100% of their work online. And so, to be able to come back and give back, I'm grateful for that. Currently, I'm also an adjunct at Southeastern University too, teaching humanities over there.
Awesome. So we get started talking a little bit about pieces. And so both of you talk about the importance of having a guide. And Zach, in your essay, you illustrate the way that Gandalf acts as a prophet to the heroes in the Lord of the Rings. And Michael, in your essay, you highlight the symbolism of trust and fidelity in Middle-earth as sort of a grounding. Can you each discuss the importance of having an example and a guide? Zach, do you want to start?
Sure, yeah. I mean, just briefly, we all kind of laugh at the opening scene of The Hobbit, where Bilbo really does not want to go on an adventure, and Gandalf has to sort of push him out the door. And I think that's kind of representative of the entire purpose of Gandalf being in Middle-earth. And through my essay, I argue that I contend that a large part of Gandalf's purpose is to spur people to great deeds. But sometimes what we expect to be the great deeds are actually are a bit more understated, if you will. And no one would have thought that pushing like a middle-aged hobbit out the door would continue a chain of events that would ultimately lead to him finding the ring, passing on the ring, and ultimately leading to the ring's destruction. So I guess that's why guides are so important to me, because sometimes they've been there before, they've seen you, and they can help kind of point you in the right direction. Gandalf's wisdom sort of helped Bilbo see beyond his own comfort that, again, started a chain of events.
Awesome. Okay, Michael, how about you and how that relates to your essay?
Yes, you mentioned trust and fidelity as symbols as virtues that I touch upon in my article. And I do that in connection with Tolkien's passion for trees. My article is about the climactic scene of The Lord of the Rings, which takes place on the field of Cormallen after the destruction of the ring. And the field of Cormallen is a field with trees growing in it. We may come back to the specific species of trees in a moment, but trees themselves are very important in Tolkien's imagination, partly because of their age, their complexity, their beauty, the fact that each tree is utterly unique. Partly because, of course, religiously speaking, in the Christian tradition, the cross of Christ is often figured as a tree in not only the Bible, but in Christian art. So it has that resonance too. But also, Tolkien, of course, was a philologist, and he would have known that the Old English word for tree, treo, T-R-E-O-W, means not just the obvious tree, but also it's the root of other words like truth and trust and troth, as in, I plight thee my troth, the wedding vow. So that idea of trustworthiness is related to the reliability and the dependability of trees as organic structures that everybody would be familiar with, that may have been alive for centuries before them and maybe alive for centuries after them. So that's a very interesting little sort of linguistic point. It's not just that Tolkien loved trees because they were nice to look at. There's this semantic aspect to the word too.
Awesome. So on to our next question, and this is more on the theology of Tolkien. So Tolkien's faith is firmly integrated in his story, and there have been books written about the Christian symbolism, and we've published quite a few articles in the journal about that, and Holly Ordway's next book is going to be on that topic. But I don't think that I've seen either of the two that each of you wrote about discussed before. So Zach, you highlight the way Gandalf showed pity and inspired that virtue in others, and the way it's presented in Lord of the Rings and in Tolkien's writing. And to me, that seemed to be closely aligned with the Christian virtue of charity. And so I was wondering if you could discuss that. And then, Michael, you discussed Tolkien's two trees of Valinor and the different ways they're referred to in Tolkien's work. So do you want to go ahead and explain that representation? I've only read Lord of the Rings, so that when I was reading your essay, that was actually new information for me. Michael, do you
it's
want
up to me, right?
Yes.
Yes. So my article is about the, as I say, the field of Cormallen, the climactic scene of The Lord of the Rings. By Tolkien's own admission, it is the peak of the story's music. It is the resolution and justification of all that has gone before, and everything that comes after that scene is the coda, is the tale of the story. A lot of people will think that the climactic scene must be the destruction of the ring, or if not that, it must be the coronation of Aragorn. But in Tolkien's estimation, it was actually this scene in Cormallen, where the hobbits, where Sam and Frodo are praised for their loyalty to each other and their faithfulness to the quest, that helps bring about the destruction of the ring. Now, the interesting thing about this scene on the field of Cormallen is, which I think nobody has really brought out much before, is that it's set in a circle of trees, a circle of golden trees, and not just any old golden trees, but specifically laburnums. And this brings us to your question about the two trees of Valinor, because those two trees, the mythological origin of light in Middle-earth, the light of the sun and the light of the moon, are embodied in these two trees. They're called Laurelin and Telperion. Laurelin is the sun tree, and Telperion is the moon tree. And as Tolkien explains somewhere, Laurelin, the solar tree, is founded upon the laburnum. The laburnum, I don't know how well-known laburnums are in America, but they're quite common in England, and they put forth marvelous blossoms of gold and yellow, and so you can understand why Tolkien associated them with the light of the sun. So right in the origin story of the Lord of the Ring in Middle Earth is this tree that represents sunlight, and therefore, life and gold and goodness and all those solar qualities. Come right to the end of the story of the Lord of the Rings, where Sam and Frodo are being praised for accomplishing their quest, and where does it happen? In a field of laburnum trees. So the implication there, quite clearly, is that Frodo and Sam, between them, have helped perpetuate the light of the world. They've done something which is, it's not just a random piece of heroism, but it's symbolically rooted in the origin story of their own universe. And of course, the light of the world, if we extend that to the next question, what does the light of the world itself symbolize? For any Christian, for anybody with any biblical knowledge, of course, Jesus himself is the light of the world. That's how Jesus describes himself in John's Gospel. So the implications, the ramifications, the connotations of this Cormellan scene turn out to be extremely rich and complex.
Awesome. So Zach, how about you? Do you want to talk a little bit about your highlighting of pity and how Gandalf represented that, and also the other characters too?
Sure. Yeah, it's really it's an interesting topic, pity, because there is the obvious scene that most Tolkien readers will be familiar with Frodo and Gandalf talking in Bag End, and Frodo kind of amazed that Bilbo didn't kill Gollum while he had the chance, right? And the interesting part is that Gandalf, if we go back into the Silmarillion, and there's not a lot said about him in the beginning of the Silmarillion. However, we do learn that he spent a great deal of time with the Vala and Nienna, and the Hordas, and of her he learned pity and patience. And so that stood out to me as highly significant, because even from our first acquaintance with Gandalf, we're learning that one of his central characteristics that he is developing within himself is pity. And so it is obviously entirely in character for him to share that with those around him, like he is encouraging Frodo at that moment. Then later, when Frodo finally meets Gollum face to face, what happens to him? He remembers what Gandalf told him in Bag End. There's a literal flashback scene. Well, like he remembers, and it's quoted. He remembers that quote specifically in the text, and so I found that very significant, because, and it actually ties somewhat nicely to what Michael was talking about too, because as we see, we all know the conclusion of The Lord of the Rings, where had Bilbo or Frodo killed Gollum when they had the chance, who knows what might have happened. Gollum was a very important player in that final kind of episode on Mount Doom. And so the question then, at least for me, and I guess it ties to your question of the Christian value of charity, is, what are we supposed to take away from that? Should we not, to what level should kind of patience and pity characterize our interactions with others? And I think the wisdom in that is that we don't know the end, right? We don't know the end of the story. We don't know how, in Middle Earth, Iluvatar is going to act, how different players are going to interact. And so I think in order for everything that Michael talked about at the true climax of The Lord of the Rings on the field of Cormellan to happen, we need that virtue of pity. And that's a virtue that Gandalf had been cultivating since before his coming to Middle Earth, since he was still, before he was sent to kind of help straighten out the Third Age. He'd been cultivating that virtue for thousands of years. So I think that's really important takeaway of pity.
And that leads into the next thing that we're going to be talking about, and that is about heroic formation. So in both of your essays, you illustrate the way the hero must go through a process and the way a space even shapes them. So Zach, you focus on the hero's journey from a sanctuary, and Michael, you discuss when they had one. So can you discuss that a little more at the start?
Yes. As I mentioned, the climactic scene on the field of Cormallen is within this circle of golden trees. That's what the word Cormallen itself means, golden circle. Not that it's anywhere revealed in the Lord of the Rings. You have to go into the appendices of the Silmarillion to work that out. And we might come back to that if we have time. And this is where the heroism of Frodo and Sam is praised and thanks is given for their heroism. But as Tolkien points out in a letter, they had no intention, they had no ambition of becoming great heroes in Middle-earth. As Tolkien puts it, the motto "Nolo heroizari," I would not be a hero, is as important as the motto for a priest, "Nolo episcopari," I would not be a bishop. You shouldn't want to advance in the world's eyes. You shouldn't want a claim and a platform and a profile. Not at any rate if you are truly humble. You should be satisfied with whichever situation, status, station you have been called to, however humble, however lowly that might be. And of course, the hobbits are very literally lowly. They are short. They're not much more than children in terms of height. And they have very simple pleasures. They don't want to be grand. They don't want to be great. But it's because of that very humility that they are well equipped to become great. It's only if you don't want it that you deserve it, so to speak. So there's this sort of curious self-denying aspect to true virtue, that one doesn't want to be great, one doesn't even know that one is becoming great, because of course in Frodo's case, when he exercises the pity and the mercy to Gollum and doesn't slay him when he has the chance, Frodo has no idea that action is going to be what eventually allows him to accomplish the quest, because of course at the climax of the trip to Mount Doom he fails and he seizes the ring for himself. But it's only because Gollum is there, overreaching himself in his lust for the ring and biting the ring off Frodo's finger, that Frodo is enabled to do the very thing that he's been trying to do all this time. Which is, again, a marvelous invocation of providence, and providence overruling our own failures, so that we can't even pride ourselves on our own achievements, or at least Frodo can't. And that's why when he enters the field of Cormallen, he blushes when everybody praises him, because he doesn't think he deserves it. And that's not false modesty. That's truly how he sees the situation. So that sort of aspect of invisibility, of not knowing that one is good or great, is another reason why the field of Cormallen scene is so beautifully understated. And Tolkien himself doesn't make it a very obviously climactic scene, which is why, as I mentioned, not many people have talked about this. They focus on the destruction of the ring, they focus on the coronation of Aragorn, and they completely skate past this apogee, this summit, this peak of the whole story. But how appropriate, because, in the moral life, you should not let your right hand know what your left hand is doing. There's necessarily some kind of unknowingness to true virtuous conduct, and Tolkien very skillfully, very slyly is, as it were, sort of embodying that in making his climactic scene so unobvious.
So Zach, what are your thoughts?
Well, I love that, because that ties in to one of my favorite themes that comes out of the Lord of the Rings, too, the unknowingness, because the hobbits go on this adventure. They all get brought into this adventure in various ways. Frodo, he didn't obviously choose to have the ring. He volunteers in Rivendell to bring the ring, obviously, to the end. Sam literally gets pulled in by his ear for eavesdropping. Merry and Pippin, I mean, they kind of understand the conspiracy, but they certainly don't have full knowledge about everything that's about to happen. And then in Rivendell, Gandalf actually has to advocate for their, especially Pippin's, but also Merry's, accompanying the Fellowship to Mount Doom. They had no idea what this adventure would do to them. And yet, they come back to the Shire to find a Shire that's not the Shire they remember. They come back to the Shire to find that Sauron has kind of wreaked havoc there. And one quote that always gets me is Merry is really excited that Gandalf's with them because they'll be able to set everything to rights now. And Gandalf reminds them it's not his age anymore. He's not coming to the Shire. But he says, and the quote is, that is what you have been trained for. So again, it's that unknowingness of the development of virtue. They didn't know they were going on this mission to develop virtue. And yet, through this mission, they develop the virtues they will need now to protect their own people and to kind of free the Shire from this oppression. So I think it's totally consistent for Tolkien to, again, do things in an understated way. Merry and Pippin, I mean, sometimes we feel like they're comic relief, especially Pippin. And yet we see this, even this, they really do take the chief roles as Frodo largely withdraws from the conflict. He doesn't really want much of a part of it. Sam is involved, certainly, but Merry and Pippin really rise to the top of this. So it's really intriguing, at least for me, when we're talking about the development of virtues, to see just something rise that you would not expect. And they run this mission. Merry and Pippin never destroyed the ring. They weren't on Mount Doom, but they developed the virtues needed to do what they had to do when they get home. So again, providence, as Michael stated, is a great word for it.
One of the things that just reading both of your pieces, one right after the other, is that it kind of highlighted to me how Tolkien integrated like the space, so the hobbits come from this very simple setting, and they're not the go-to for the warriors, right? Someone wouldn't be sending them these emissaries to come and help them with a war like Gondor or some of the more warrior cultures, but they were the ones that were key in saving it. And so I think that in that way, it's the Lord of the Rings is it's kind of more of a story like God would tell the story, the unexpected heroes, help coming from unexpected sources, people that you would think that would be the ones that would save the day are the ones that are. You guys have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the main ways in which The Lord of the Rings is a fundamentally Christian story, in that the heroes are not the mighty warriors. They are not the rich and the powerful. And again, in one of his letters, Tolkien quotes the line from Mary's Magnificat, in Luke's Gospel, where Mary praises the Lord and says that the Lord has put down the mighty from their seat and has exalted the humble and meek. Of course, referring to herself as a humble woman who's in this backwater of Nazareth, and she's going to be the mother of the Messiah. It's preposterous. It's a complete upending of worldly expectation. But that's the way God works, because it's only when we are reduced to, the level of complete lowliness and dependency that we're humble enough to receive God's grace. And as I say, the hobbits themselves as a people are naturally humble, simple, with plain tastes and no desire to be of great renown. But Frodo himself is described as the best hobbit in the Shire, because he is particularly self-effacing and has no expectation of achieving anything. Even when he offers to take the ring, he says he frankly admits, I don't even know the way, but I'll do it, because he recognizes that is his vocation. So in all these ways, there are so many deep Christian principles being displayed in The Lord of the Rings, just through the choice of characters, let alone what they do.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help but think of that one line when Elrond, he talks about being the hour of the Shire folk. And I think that just, he realized that very much of what you just said, that everyone expects something different, and yet maybe this is the time for the Shire folk to really even shape the foundations of Sauron's kingdom. And it's just remarkable how I think the way that you stated that this is a fundamentally Christian story, it's part of the beauty that we see in it. And I think, frankly, it's part of the staying power of The Lord of the Rings, why we love it so much, because it resonates with kind of that true story.
Awesome. So we are almost at the end of our time, but I just wanted to end this by, can each of you share where people can find you and what you have coming up next? Michael?
If people want to find me, I'm on Facebook. I also have a website, michaelward.net, with information about my writing. My next book, I trust, God willing, will be a bit of a departure for me. I won't be writing about the Inklings. I will be venturing into film criticism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm working on a book about 45 notable films from the first century of cinema. I'm co-authoring it with my friend David Baird, and it should be appearing again from Word on Fire Academic, like my book After Humanity, like Holly's Tolkien's Modern Reading. Word on Fire Academic should be bringing that out sometime in 2023, God willing.
And Michael, if you haven't read his books or taken a class from him, Michael Ward might be familiar to you. He was actually just in the Most Reluctant Convert, if you saw that story of C.S. Lewis's life. And what was the James Bond film you were in?
The World Is Not Enough.
Okay, yeah, so you can look out for him there. But his other books, he mentioned the one After Humanity, but he also wrote Planet Narnia, which we dedicated our first Advent issue to for its 10-year anniversary. So, and the Narnia Code that's a shorter version, right, of Planet Narnia? Okay, and he's written other books too, not just those, but those are the ones that people are most familiar with. He also has a book, I have a review on heresies and how to avoid them, where he contributed to that one too. So if you're a little need to get up to speed on some basic theology, that's a good book to pick up. And Zach, how about you?
Yeah. Well, so you can find me obviously through the journal. You can find me at my website, zacharyschmoll.com. As far as projects right now, the journal is pretty much my project right now. I don't have any book-length projects coming out, but I am, I'm excited for the year ahead. So that's where most of my efforts will be.
Yeah, every quarter he has to keep us corralled and on task, which is, let me tell you, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. You're building up your awards in heaven, Zach, definitely. So anyway, we are, he does have a website, zacharyschmoll.com, where he does his personal stuff too. And he just published a book this summer called Disability and the Problem of Evil. And so I encourage you to check out some of their other work too. But anyway, I hope we didn't miss any questions. I'm sorry if you made a comment and we missed them. It seems like it's kind of delayed a little bit. So, okay. So Renee Anderson says, wonderful. Thank you so much. And anyway, but we are going to say goodbye to Dr. Ward, and we are going to go into a break, and we're going to have our next giveaway. So anyway, we will see you just on the other side. Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. So we are third of the way through, and thanks for joining us, everyone. And we are getting ready for our first giveaway, which is going to be for an issue of An Unexpected Journal, and this latest issue, The Imaginative Harvest of Holly Ordway. So if you're watching and you haven't already, be sure to put #harvest into the chat or into the comments, depending on where you are watching from. So just a note on that, we're actually streaming to several places, and I just want to just have a note. If you have put a comment in and we haven't responded, I'm sorry. It seems like some of the comments are delayed a little bit, so we're going to try to get to all of those. But if you think of a question when we get to the next segments and you want to ask them, go ahead and put it in the chat like early, and we'll make a note of it so we can get to it, just because it might delay a little bit when it comes through. So if you haven't already, be sure to put #harvest into the chat, and we are going to be drawing for our first giveaway shortly. But Zach, should we go through the schedule for next year while we're giving people some time to enter?
Sure, yeah, that sounds great. And I will also mention that we've been notified from Dr. Ordway that she's also donating 2 copies of Tolkien's Modern Reading. So we will have a drawing for so thank you, Holly. We love you. We loved you anyway, but we love you now too. So we will add that to our giveaway schedule, probably the next break, so that people actually, right? Does that sound good, Carla? Maybe the next break?
Well, she said for the winners. Okay. Yeah. We'll just send it to her. We'll send her the address, so it will come in 2 separate things. So you'll get a copy of the journal, and then she will send it to you separately. Cool. So
thank you so much, Holly.
I'm just going to tell you, I can't add it to the slide right now. So that's just perfect. That's just a little last minute thing.
No, we are good. But yeah, so as far as the next year, it's going to be a really exciting year for An Unexpected Journal. We are very we're thrilled to be able to share with you because, well, first of all, we have saints and sanctuaries, and a lot of you out there love church history, so that maybe I'm expecting that's a lot of what the flavor of that one will be. That's what I'm anticipating. Then we also have our dragons issue. We like dragons. Let's be real. They're on the cover of this one. We've highlighted dragons many times. And a lot of our contributors love dragons because they're so rich in imagery and have so many different applications. So we have that. Then next fall, we have our issue on joy. Seems like the appropriate time of year to do it, I would say. But also there's something very warm and particularly hospitable about the fall. So we thought joy would be a good opportunity for the fall. And then next Advent, every Advent, if you don't know about us, we try to highlight one person specifically or one contribution. So we did our Michael Ward Planet Narnia issue. Then we did our G.H. Chesterton issue. Then we did our George MacDonald issue. And now we are doing, obviously, the Imaginative Harvest of Holly Ordway issue. So next Advent, we have decided to do Shakespeare. And Shakespeare may not always come up in most apologetic conversations, but it's such rich content. We're very excited to be able to share that with you. So that's what you'll be seeing in 2022 from An Unexpected Journal. Where it's going to be a great year for us, and we appreciate all your support going through it. But make sure you enter this giveaway for the books right now, because we like to put books in your hands. That's what we're here for.
And so just to recap that, for this giveaway, you will be getting the Advent issue of An Unexpected Journal, and then Holly Ordway also is donating a copy of her latest book, Tolkien's Modern Reading, which we weren't expecting that, so this is a bonus giveaway. And again, I just wanted to say, like, if we're going to have a go to has a draw that we can do. If you win this one and then you enter again for the next one and they draw your name, then you only get one prize per lunch party. So those are just our little rules. Now, you may be looking at these issues that are coming up and like, oh, wow, that sounds really interesting. I want to subscribe. Or maybe you're saying, man, I would really like to have my piece in An Unexpected Journal. So if you would like to, we would love to see your pieces. You can go to anunexpectedjournal.com and there is /submissions. You just see the link right there, and it gives an overview of the upcoming issues, the submissions deadline, and also there is a link there to our style guide too. So if you have a question about whether would be appropriate or not, you can send an email to anunexpectedjournal@gmail.com and just have a little chat with Zach. And we publish a variety of things. We publish essays, longer essays, as well as short reflections. If Seth Meyers is writing a piece, sometimes it's a novel. We also do short stories. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. We love Seth's work, and we might actually do a special edition for him. But anyway, we publish short stories, we publish poems, and we have in the past a little bit, and I'd like to do more of this. We've published artwork as well as photography. So if you have something that you say, I think that this is a good fit for this issue, we would like to see it, any sort of creative piece. So Zach, did you want to add to that?
Well, I will just add to that really briefly, because the next discussion that we're having is actually a first for us. We've never had kind of devotional content, so I'm very excited to be able to share that with you all. And we have a story as well. So we have some, you'll get to see kind of that side of An Unexpected Journal next, and what we think makes us so unique among apologetic publications, because we think that there's value in storytelling, and we think that there's value in connecting with people through their hearts and their imagination. And so I think that's really, it's something that's really unique about what we do. And I mean, you'll hear about that in a few minutes from our awesome contributors coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, and like I mentioned in the interview with Dr. Ordway, I am really wishing that I had taken that creative writing class, because the work that people have done that have gone through that, I am just always so impressed. I wish I had, but just to be honest, it was a little intimidating, and the apologetics program was really, it's challenging. It's a very challenging program, and that seemed to me like it would kind of put me over the edge, but I wish I had. And we have a comment here. Seth is the Joyce of the 21st century. Very true. If you haven't read any of Seth Meyers' pieces, you have to go and read some of them, because they're always very unique. Very unique.
And Seth is coming out later, so we're building him up so big right now. You have to stick around and meet Seth if you don't know him already.
Yeah. So anyway, is it time for our giveaway now?
Let's do it.
Okay, so if you're sitting here, go ahead and enter Harvest again. I'm looking here way, and I'm only seeing 5 entries, and I think we have more than that. But
I
we
I
will.
think one person may have entered about 1,000,000 hashtags, so
Okay, yeah. I wonder who's gonna. It's gonna be funny if you don't win. Okay, so anyway, we're getting ready for our giveaway, and again, this is for the Advent issue of An Unexpected Journal on the Imaginative Harvest of Holly Ordway, and also Holly is going to be giving the winner a copy of her book Tolkien's Modern Reading. Okay, so let's draw. Are we ready?
let's do it.
Okay. Yay, Adam! Congratulations, Adam Piero. Okay, so what you can do, and let me try to find his. Okay, he's on Facebook. Okay, so Adam, if you can send an email to anunexpectedjournal@gmail.com with your address, then we will send you a copy of the journal, and then we will also give Holly your address so she can mail you a copy of Tolkien's Modern Reading. But congratulations! Okay, so
And I will say, for everybody who already entered, obviously we're keeping. You don't need to re-enter your hashtags. You're back in the next drawing.
yeah, okay, so we just need to get a few more in, and then we can. Our next one, I can't remember what. When is our next? We have a couple more. Sorry, my internet's just been running slow, but I'm glad that I have it because we've had a thunderstorm today and some people lost power. So I'm just counting my blessings. Okay, so anyway, our next segment is going to be on what is it, Zach? Can you tell me?
Sorry, yes, I accidentally muted myself. Our next segment is going to be with Theresa Pihl and with Weidener, entitled Cultivating Creativity.
Awesome. Okay, well, I think we're about ready to start. So we will see you on the other side.
Well, hey, Clark and Theresa, how are you both? It's so great to see y'all.
Doing well. Thanks for having us on.
Yes.
Great. Well, people are probably wondering a little bit if they haven't read your pieces yet. I'd love for maybe both of you, and maybe we'll start with Theresa, and then we'll go to Clark. Just about, first of all, who you are, and just a short introduction, and then maybe I like to call it the elevator pitch version of your piece, just so that they know what we're going to be talking about.
Well, I'm Theresa Pihl, and I am a history teacher. I'm a wife, mother to 7. I live on a farm in Eastern Oregon, and my oldest 2 are married, and so 2 in college, 1 in the military, and 3 I'm still homeschooling at home. So busy life, but creative writing is something that's been a passion of mine. Actually, kind of I'm a late bloomer. My elevator pitch of my story: Maddie is stuck. She's stuck in grief, but also she's let her life just kind of the details slide. It's a mess. And an unexpected event happens. She loses something very precious to her, and that kind of jars her into a search and also a realization that things have gotten out of hand. And she also realizes that when she literally gets on her knees, she is able to, that shift in perspective helps her see the dark corners of her life. And spot mopping is not going to do the trick. She's going to need a plan, and she's going to need to work through it. But it has a happy ending. And she finds not only herself, but she realizes how much God loves her.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. And it's a wonderful story. So I certainly, for all of you out there who haven't read it, certainly go check it out. And now, Clark, let's meet you too.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Theresa. This is our first time meeting. Just jumping on here. I'm Clark, and I graduated from Houston Baptist University, studied the Cultural Apologetics program over there with Dr. Ordway. And so, of course, this journal was really exciting to be a part of. My story, in a nutshell, is an old classroom assignment that I just kind of went back to. It was an assignment that had been nagging at me since the class. Dr. O challenged us in her fiction writing class to sort of take a Greek myth and retell it. And I did that, and I put a lot of work into it. And then her advice was pretty simple. She said, well, why don't you modernize this? Put this in today's world and just see what happens. And that always stuck with me. And so I went back for this journal and just modernized the story of Echo and Narcissus, which is an old Greek myth. And there's some characters that kind of pop up and make cameos throughout the modernized story. Juno is the secretary, and she's featured in the Greek myth as well. And the story is really about Narcissus, and he kind of gets lost in his own world. He is very disconnected from people. He has problems with the relationships. He's all about his job. He works in sales, and I work in sales, and I know Zach has some experience in sales, and so it's easy to kind of get caught up in your own world. And so he does, and he relishes in his own accomplishments. He's disconnected from everyone, and his secretary Juno gifts him an artificial intelligence device, and he uses that device to kind of go back into his past and relive some things from his past, and it creates this world where he's really self-absorbed, and he kind of gets lost in that even further so. But in all of that, he learns a lot about himself, and where this story is a little different than the original Greek myth is it doesn't really end tragically. It ends with him learning something, and just learning kind of what set him down the path of being so self-absorbed, and he's able to come out of that and learn how to navigate relationships and be a little less selfish. And so that's the story in a nutshell.
Thank you. Yeah, I love that. And I really, I think what's so interesting about what both of you have done is that you've written these imaginative stories. Yeah, one is more of a devotional, one's more of a modern retelling. And I guess maybe I'll open this up to both of you. I mean, maybe Clark will start with you, and then Theresa, if both of you want to kind of interact with each other over this. But I'm curious why you think that stories are so powerful ways to communicate truth, because both of you have done that, and you didn't do this for no reason. So why do you think stories are such great ways to share truth?
Yeah, I think it's an excellent way to share truth for a lot of reasons. Lewis, we've talked some about him already on this live stream. Wrote that reason is the natural organ of truth, imagination is the organ of meaning. And so when we are understanding our meaning, our purpose in life, stories are a way to sort of address that. And Dr. Ordway says in her book Apologetics and Christian Imagination that imagination is related to reason in a necessary way. And she compares it. She says, it's not like two sides of a coin are related to each other, but it's more like how the foundation is related to a building. That's the relationship between imagination and reason. Imagination tells us what truth means for us in the world. And so it's one thing to talk about ethics and morality and put everything down to a logical syllogism. It's another thing to place truth in our world and in our time. And so these stories help us to sort of activate that truth and to step into someone else's world and see what they're experiencing and view the truth from a different perspective. And so all that brings us closer to the truth, but it's just another way of addressing the meaning of our life. And it really just speaks to our imagination.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I would definitely, I mentioned that I'm a history teacher. And so Dr. Ordway's, what she's been teaching about the imagination, giving that meaning, that was something I could really resonate with, because one of the things I always, with a lot of my students, they come in and they think, history's just names and dates and facts. And there's no meaning to that. And that's why personally, history to me is just the human story. And so that connection to story brings a sense of relevance. So even in fiction stories, you can tie that piece of the truth, but you can put it into a relational, it has relevance, I would argue. So especially the modern retellings of the stories, my students sometimes have this disconnect with the stories from the past. They don't see the relevant connections. And so that's where the imagination comes in, of, even taking on the persona. Sometimes I encourage my students to really put themselves in their shoes and think, what would your life be like in this situation, in this particular perspective, to try to really grasp that. And I think that using that imagination, it helps make it, even the fiction becomes more real, because they're able to put those truths, put those details into context.
I love that. And I love how you both are kind of come into this, that word context is really a great word for what you both are describing, because how often do we just say, oh, well, that's just a story, it's just made up, it has no relevance in my life? And so I think what you both are really strongly hitting on is the imagination. Like Clark, you mentioned that point about the imagination being the organ of meaning, right? And that's so powerful to help people understand, put in context where they are coming from. So I love what you both have said there. And I'm curious, and I apologize, I'm running a little out of order, so I hope you both will bear with me. But you both use some powerful images in your work. The imagery is very, Clark, you mentioned, I also do have a sales experience, and I had relate to your story 100%. I'm like, oh man, I know people like the people Clark is describing. And Theresa, same with you. The whole change in perspective you alluded to is so powerful, right? And so those images. But I'd like to, and maybe we'll start with Theresa on this one, and then Clark. Like, what was kind of the thought behind you could have picked any images in the world. So how did you choose the ones you did?
Well, this goes back again to Dr. Ordway's influence. The origin of this piece actually came out of a devotional writing seminar that she taught through the Word on Fire Institute. And so one of the prompts, we had a choice of prompts, and was to focus our devotional on a parable. And at the time, I was, and shout out to HBU, last May, they did a writing workshop, a virtual writing workshop that I was able to participate or watch. And so on my mind was this, was writing and fiction. And so I thought, the parable, it's it's flash fiction, so I thought of that was going to be my take, was to, and of course with, again, Dr. Ordway's influence of the idea generation and the feedback with the other seminar participants, that I mentioned that as one of my ideas, was to take it down a flash fiction direction. And that resonated with people. So that's where the idea kind of came from. And then the choice of the parable, and that's harder to remember for me, like which parable. I don't know if it was just something, a recent parable that I read, or I think I actually went back and just flipped through the Gospels and we're looking for parables. And Luke is probably my favorite gospel. And so the parable of the lost coin came up. And also for me, a pearl. There's a long story there behind what the pearls meeting in my life, but that's where it came from. So then the images that came to my mind as a stay-home mom, I work mostly online. I do teach part-time. I used to face-to-face. That's been put on hold. But I'm home a lot with a large family. And so the image of a kitchen, the image of a messy kitchen is something, those are images that I can relate to. And so that image of being the lost coin, now that in the woman in the parable is very, very diligent. She sweeps, she's going for it to find her lost coin. And then this is where my imagination comes in. I thought, well, personally, that's not me. I'm the one with the cup of coffee in the morning fog, and I'm enjoying the beauty outside my window, but I'm unmotivated to take it further. And that's where it reminded me how God works this way so often. That sense of something unexpected happening, and that opens a door and an opportunity for his grace to flood us. It's an opportunity for us to address that. And in the story, Maddie loses her precious ring that her late husband had given her, and that gives her kind of the jar to look. And then while she's looking, that's where the transformation is coming place, the realization, and then literally getting on her knees to look in the crevices. That's what made me think, of course, going back to the meaning, is a sense of prayer and getting on our knees before God, and how that gives us God's perspective on our life. And so ultimately, I wanted to kind of get her out of that unmotivated funk that I think many of us, at least speaking for myself, it's so easy to get caught up in. And in Clark's story, I loved your story, Clark. And I love the humor to it too, how we get caught up in the busyness. Well, Maddie's not necessarily caught up in the busyness of life. She's kind of caught up into the spiritual sloth of life, and just not. So both of them are not being what God wants them to be. And that's where the grace comes in and breaks through. And so that's what story is powerful to me. And those are the images. I took some from my life, inspired mostly from the gospel. And again, the parables are timeless. And so I'm not the originator of that. God was. I'm copying, trying to use the inspiration from Jesus's parables.
I love that. And yeah, I mean, hey, if you're going to pick a story, you might as well start with the best, right? Oh, man. Well, Clark, how about you? I'm curious. Yeah, I connected these thoughts to very specific instances of my life from your story. So I'm wondering if you had one too.
Yeah, so the main character, Narcissus, his name is Mr. Hunter, and I just pulled that away from the fact that in the story, Narcissus was a hunter, and so I was thinking, oh, what's a good name? Maybe that's a little cheesy, but I just rolled with that. And Mr. Hunter is, your typical salesman that he's successful at his job, but he's disconnected from reality. He knows how to make money, but doesn't really know how to take time and care for people. And those of us in sales, we have to write a balance there, not getting so caught up and seeing the goal met that we forget about the people we're serving, especially if we're Christians involved in that world. And so aside from that, the images that came forward in the story kind of wrote themselves, because when you're retelling a story, there's so much that you can kind of toy with and play with. Particularly the artificial intelligence. It's kind of the world we live in today. Everywhere around us is some form of artificial intelligence. And particularly when I wrote this story, Facebook had just announced the metaverse. And that was heavily on my mind. And it just feels like, we're living in some George Orwell or Huxley novel, And so I had that kind of fresh on the brain. And I thought, well, it's interesting if we created a world where we could kind of sort of get absorbed into that world. What would that world look like? And if a narcissist was in that world, what would he do? And so I kind of toyed with that. And you see this different side of him whenever he goes into that world, because you find out what he truly loves and misses. He sort of creates a memory from the past where he would go with his father on these trips, and they would visit Colorado Springs. And there's a place in Colorado Springs called the Garden of the Gods. and it's just this beautiful, like, rocky, terrain, and it's just beautiful crags and caves and all this beautiful stuff. And that image just kind of came from just looking for beautiful places to kind of explore in the story. Nothing real deep behind that, aside from the connection of it being the garden of the gods. And of course, this is a story that's related to the gods of Greek mythology. So there's always little parallels there. But I think more to the point is the world we live in today, artificial intelligence, and stepping into that world, sort of a metaverse in the world. And of course, the story of Echo, in this story, Echo is the artificial intelligence. And of course, I have an Amazon Echo at home that I can talk to, and she can order my groceries, or so on and so forth. And so she does echo you in a sense. And so a lot of these easy parallels that were just easy to make, they seem to just kind of write themselves into the story. And it just left me with a person who was so disconnected from the world, and yet in this moment, you find out why he is the way he is, and you find out sort of the path to get back on track, and to discover himself and his role in the world, but also more importantly, our place in the world. And I don't think that God created us to live in isolation, but I believe that we have this desire for community and for relationships, and that's God given. And so he finds that, rediscovers that, and it makes him a better man.
I love that. And that really is like the climax of your story, I would argue, right? Is when he realizes he actually doesn't have a relationship, right? Like that. And I'm not going to ruin it for all you people who are in here read it, but there is this climactic moment. And it is I think you're right. We're made to have relationships. And so that's one thing that definitely stood out to me from yours as well. And I love talking to people who write creative, fiction, because I think that for a lot of us, and I don't think of myself as a very creative person. I'll be honest with you. I like numbers. Man, maybe I'm like Clark's protagonist there. I don't know. But I find myself thinking like, okay, if I'm a creative and I'm listening to both of you today, and I want to write stories, I mean, your stories are great and they look awesome, and I'm curious, just process-wise, were there a lot of drafts to your stories? Like how? Like I know, like Clark, you mentioned you had written it for class, and then Dr. O suggested to modernize it, so you did. Like, and we talked earlier about Tolkien and how he was almost obsessive about his revisions, and he revised so much. I mean, that's why his it was like the never-ending tree from Leaf by Pihl, right? Is where he had it forever. So I'm just curious in terms of process for people who are wondering like how you do it. Did you have a lot of drafts, or what does that look like for you all?
Well, I think Dr. Ordway's influence there too. And in the previous segment, her and Carla were, I guess earlier than that, Carla and Dr. Ordway were discussing that creative process. And Dr. Ordway emphasized, and this is something that really got through to me, because I was one of those people that thought, I can't write stories. I'm a historian. I read about other people's stories, but I can't write them myself. But that's not necessarily true. If God, I believe, starting with prayer, that just that discernment of where to go, where to take the story, prayer, but also patience. And you asked about drafts, and I'm laughing because this particular piece, it's not very long, started in that workshop. So it got workshop to life, I'll say, in the seminar. And then after the seminar, since I took it in the Word on Fire Institute, I'm also a member of one of the writing groups that Dr. Ordway was discussing at Word on Fire, which with a fabulous bunch of people. And so after the workshop, so several drafts there, bring it back to my writing group, and more feedback. And so this actually went through quite a few drafts. There was some discussion about whether or not I needed to add those 3. We mentioned this is a devotional piece. There are 3 reflection questions at the end. I didn't have those at first, and then but to make it a devotional, I felt those were really key, and that was the feedback I received. So that was some of the give and take, whether to include them, whether not to include them, or definitely with the Christian perspective, and then with if we're trying to reach a wider audience, are those questions necessary, or would they be off-putting? Maybe just put the story out there. So those are the questions we kind of work through. And so, yes, many drafts on the story. And again, just thank you to Dr. Ordway to let me recognize that it is a process, and you need prayer, and you need a lot of patience, and that feedback from other people. Just can't emphasize enough. I know it's been mentioned before, because this is one of Dr. Ordway's amazing key points, is that writing is a sense in a community. I mean, we can write by ourselves, but this particular piece wouldn't be what it was without all those wonderful people in the seminar and then in my writing group who provided different perspective and feedback. And that helped me, because I just had my one point of view, but with their help, I could broaden it, clarify, take it another direction I hadn't thought of before. So that's where I came from. So yes, but it's possible, if you feel called to find an idea, start with the idea generation stage. Don't think of that. See, that was one thing I struggled with. I just thought it had to be perfect in the first draft. And it was like, no, play with the idea generation for a while, and then flesh them out. And then it just grows.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Clark, how about you? I mean, obviously at least one draft.
Yeah, with mine, it's much different than Theresa's. She sounds like she put a lot of preparation into this, and now I feel bad that maybe I should have drafted mine a few more times.
You have more skill than me.
Yeah,
I'm
whatever.
still learning the craft, so
Whatever.
I needed the practice.
No, with this, I had sat on this forever. So to kind of back up what Theresa says, I did have a class that helped me, revise when I was in the class, but I just kind of logged it away forever and just didn't pick it up. And so as this journal was coming forward, I have to give a shout out to Annie Nardone, because she messaged me and said, "Hey, I know you write some fiction, so how about writing for this journal?" And I thought, well, how much time do we have? And she was like, "Well, if you could get it in a week, that would be great." And I thought, I don't know, maybe I'm in over my head now. So I really was pushed to write it, quite quickly. And I just sat down and just went after it. And I had some good help along the way, and people that did look over it. And so I definitely back up what Theresa said about community, writing in community, not being afraid to share your writing with other people. But as far as drafting, and this is some of the best advice I've ever heard, finish what you start. Just finish it. What we do is, as creatives, we get all these great ideas. You sit down, you start to create, you start writing something, and then there's a challenge. There's always going to be a bump in the road. There's always going to be something that you think, this story doesn't work. Let's just scratch it and start over with a different story. And one thing that Dr. Ordway taught me, or at least in my experience, she always said, when you pick a subject and you pick a topic, whether it's a research paper or a story to tell, don't abandon the topic. You're going to have some bumps in the road. Just, move forward. And so with a story like this, there's always going to be bumps in the road. There's always going to be moments where you think, I don't think it works. Finish it, and then take the approach, like Theresa said, of revision and getting some help and some perspective from other people who can look at it and maybe see things you don't see. But always finish what you start. I think we always get started, run into those bumps, and say, well, all right, well, I'll try again another day. And that's why it's hard to finish something and put it out there for people to enjoy. There's never going to be something that's just perfect. Just, it's okay. And sometimes those imperfections are kind of powerful in and of themselves. They can kind of bring some light to the story itself. And so finish it. Don't obsess over it once it's finished. Get some help, get some revision, work in community, and then put it out there and let the world share in the experience with you. That's the fun part of writing, is putting it out there and sharing it with others.
Oh, I love that so much. That's awesome. And yeah, I had a similar story like that. when I did actually engage in fiction, National Novel Writing Month, and that's kind of the joy of that program, is that they say, just write. It doesn't matter. Just write. And I did. Now that's sitting dormant, kind of like your story. But I'm just saying, I did finish what I started, and I was very grateful to do that. So we're coming really close to the end of our time together here, and thank you both so much for being here. But I'm wondering, maybe one thing that we could. Oh, and you all just had a nice shout out from Holly, so that's awesome. Um, and I love. She's right. It's so awesome, and I'm just curious if you had kind of one takeaway from your piece that you wanted, readers to understand. Right? We're trying to convey a message. We're trying to convey. Um, what would you hope that readers come away from your story with? And so maybe I'll start with Clark and then go to Theresa. But I'm curious about your takeaways.
Yeah, I'll make this quick so that Theresa can jump in. But if there's one thing I hope that people take away from it, it is to put down the phone, pull away from the screen a bit. I know this is part of our world that we live in today. I'm not anti-technology or any of that, but we live surrounded by people, and it's important for us to be connected and have very strong connections to the people in our lives, and to not get so caught up. And of course, I feel like I'm the perfect person to say this because I struggle with this just like everybody else. My phone is always on my hip, and but I think it's important for us to just push back, have some time in silence at the beginning or the end of the day, and then have some time with other people and share in personal relationships with others, and just be connected to the people around you.
Love it.
So the one thing I hope people get from my piece is hope. I think in our world today, especially in the last 2 years with the pandemic, there's this hopelessness. There's despair everywhere. And so one thing from this piece is that here's a person who has lost a loved one. She's stuck, and she's just kind of going through the motions. Thank God for coffee, and that's her. But God wants so much more, and He loves us. And so I guess that's the message of hope, that you are loved, and there is more. And it does take us opening ourselves to that and allowing the grace to work in our lives, because we do have to do our part too. We need to accept that grace and follow where it takes us. And so, but there is hope.
Oh man, well that's an awesome note to end this session on. I want to thank both Weidener and Theresa Pihl. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad that we could do this and we could publish your pieces. And we're going right into another panel now. So this is Carl is going to be back hosting this panel with Donald Williams, Donald Hutchings, and Seth, not named Donald, Myers. So there'll be a short video, and they will be back with you in a moment. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks, Clark. Thanks, Theresa, and we will see you soon.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Zach.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us. Hey, I think we're missing Dr. Donald Williams. Sorry, I was losing some people on the backstage. So, okay, Seth isn't here, so I'm going to mute him for a second, and we'll turn him back on when he comes back in. Well, thank you for joining us. I am Carla with An Unexpected Journal, and I am here with Dr. Donald Williams and Donald Catchings, and soon to be here, Seth Myers. And we are going to be talking today about poetry, and our title of this is actually The Sounds of Song. So I'm going to let each of you introduce yourself and tell you a little, let you tell people like a little bit more about yourself and what it is you do. So Donald Williams, would you like to start?
Sure. My students have various origin theories about me. One is that I came over the sea during the third age of Middle Earth. Another is that I'm actually half Vulcan and half Klingon, and I had surgery to remove those distinctive facial features. None of these things do I either confirm or deny. But probably the best way of explaining myself to those who don't know me is that I'm a border dweller. I stay permanently camped out on the borders between theology and literature, between serious scholarship and pastoral ministry, between Narnia and Middle Earth. This was manifested in my career. I am the professor emeritus at Tacoma Falls College. And when I was full-time there, I was the medieval and Renaissance guy in the English department. That's how I made my living. But I'm most known as an apologist and as an Inklings scholar. I'm past president of the International Society of Christian Apologetics and have been a poet because that is the ultimate thing that makes it difficult for anybody to place me on any map that shows places in the modern or postmodern world.
Awesome. Okay, Donald, how about you?
All right. Well, I'm Donald Catchings. It's pretty simple for me. I'm a teacher, an author. I attempt to be an apologist within both of those, teaching and writing. I obviously do poetry as well. I write poetry, but I write in this issue, I actually wrote an article as well called Contrary Winds, which is about Tolkien's faith and family.
I'm sorry.
It's a pretty good article, I think. Are we good? So I think it's a pretty good article about Tolkien's faith and family and how I derived that from Tolkien's modern reading. But again, just a teacher, an author, and hopefully an apologist in both of those. I have a publishing company, Inkwell and Penn, that my wife and I try to produce good works that help people both in fiction and nonfiction, to help people reflect on themselves, reflect on some of the deeper topics in the world today that we need to be thinking on, trying to write good works for things like that. And you can check us out at inkwellandpennllc.com. And that's pretty much me, I think. Let's go with it.
I think it was a pretty good
Awesome.
article too.
Thank you. Okay, so now Seth is with us, and Seth, we're just doing a little introduction, a little how-to about ourselves. So why don't you tell us who you are and what it is you do?
My life began when I met Don Williams in his office one time, and he showed me his award for both distance and accuracy, right at the Hobbit hole. He's got it right there. I think he shows it to everyone.
Oh, yes, he's talking about my golf thimble medals. Golf thimble, as everyone knows, is the game that was invented at the Battle of Greenfields when Bull Toot knocked the Orc chieftain's head off with a club. It sailed through the air, landed in a rabbit hole, thereby winning the battle and inventing the game of golf simultaneously. But this isn't about me. It's about Seth. So,
Okay.
by the way, in that visit, he gave me this.
Oh, that's right. My mentors, I get Gandalf pipes. So,
yes.
So, my fellow
you
graduates
never know where Seth is going to show up.
Gets Hobbit pipes. So
Go
I
ahead.
have Aragorn Race of Man pipes. I'm an engineer, and I just always was interested in. I never had much literary background, so whenever I got to take a course in it or do something like this, I tried my hand at it. So, but I did with Donald and Carl, I did the Apologetics Master's program at HBU, and I do a lot of stuff with like international students through my church. So I'm always kind of trying to find like a world religions angle, but technically it was called a program in cultural apologetics. So, Indian and Chinese, those are cultures too. So I try to find connections where I can. I'm not sure I'll make any connections in our half-hour thing today, but Confucius sort of shows up at one point. So that's where I'm coming from, I guess. So,
okay, awesome. Well, let's get into our first question. So, and this was, I titled this Saying What We Really Mean. And I'm reading After Virtue by Alistair McIntyre right now. And in one part, he says that the things we say in rhyme and meter or we sing those are the things that we really mean, that we really believe. So Donald Williams and Donald Catchings, both of you transition between prose and poem when you write to illustrate a point. And Seth, you integrate poem and songs to make your point in your essays. So what is it about songs and poems that make them more impactful? So Donald Catchings, do you want to start?
My favorite way of
I'll
getting
give
into
it a
that.
shot.
Sorry, go ahead, Donald.
I'm going to go by Donald today,
Sorry,
just
I'm
for the fun of
getting
it also.
confused between the
Donald C. Go ahead.
All right. I would say that I think in poetry we are able to reach into the rhythm of people's hearts. I think that's part of the beauty of poetry. Sometimes it's the rhythm of the poem that speaks to people. And I think that one of the reasons poetry and song are so successful is they kind of take that music of the spheres, that world beyond, that objective reality, and that's deep in our hearts, that's far beyond us, and they pull it out of us and they present it to us. And I think that's why poetry and song work so well to reach us on those deeper levels, is because they speak to a part of us that maybe prose can't quite get to. They more directly maybe talk to the imagination and then get us to reason based on what we have felt in that. I think that might be how I attempt to answer that.
Awesome.
One of the most
Williams, how about you?
One of the most interesting questions I've ever tried to answer is, what is poetry? What makes something poetry as opposed to prose? And doesn't have an obvious answer. It's not rhythm, because prose can be rhythmical. It's not meter, because not all poetry is metrical. It's not rhyme, although I love meter and rhyme. I write one poem in free verse every decade just to prove that I can. But I'm mostly sonnets and things like that. And the one thing I found that is universal and without exception is that a poem has short lines. That is, you start a new line for some reason other than you just hit the margin of the page. It might be because it's time to repeat your metrical pattern. It might be for some other reason. But in prose, a paragraph starts a new line because it ran out of page and no other reason. If you change the font, if you change the size, all the lines will start in a new place, and it won't change the meaning of that prose paragraph one bit. But if you start the lines of the poems in different places, you change the whole thing. And what that tells us is that poetry has a level of structure that prose doesn't have. And that opens up all kinds of possibilities of additional methods of communicating meaning that are going on. Prose can do almost everything that poetry can do, but poetry does it more intensely and potentially can do it on a deeper level. And that's what makes everything that Donald said about, that's why it's able to do the things that Donald said about reaching people on a deeper level. Because if you are open to poetry and able to engage it at all, then it has the possibility of hitting you in the solar plexus with all the things prose was trying to tell you, only more powerfully.
Awesome. That's a really great explanation. So, Seth,
Yeah. Well, since I'm going by the name Donald also tonight, I have like one extra thought on this is that it just a quip came to mind, or quote, I guess, came to mind that I think in Aristotle somewhere, probably he has a book on poetics, right? I think he had something about, history is like, if you study history, I mean, that's kind of like a rational study that, that's good, but like poetry is more universal, probably for exactly the same reasons that the other two Donalds are saying, is that it engages you. I mean, there's C.S. Lewis has this essay, Balance Spheres and
Blue
some other
spells
word.
and Fallon spheres.
Blue spells and
Fallon
Fallon spheres.
yeah.
Yeah. And he talks about how reason is the natural organ of truth, but imagination is the organ of meaning, or something like that. And it's you can discourse or whatever on a bunch of symbols, but if you don't know what they mean, a computer can do that. So that's what this kind of reminds me of a little bit.
So it looks like we lost Donald Catchings for a little bit. He's out in he's in an area where it doesn't have the greatest internet connection. So
there he is.
So there he's back. Okay.
So
Seth, your article is on poetry as prayer, and you want to talk about so there's so much of the Bible, like David's Psalms, and there's the song in the Exodus. I can't remember what they're called. Dr. Williams would know this, I'm sure. The who was it that had the song when they have several of them in the Exodus after they came out and were giving praise to God. And actually we read
Miriam was dancing with the tambourine, and then Moses did a song that is repeated as one of the Psalms later.
And we just read Francis Collins' book, The Language of God, which came out in 2016. He was talking a little bit about the Genome Project or DNA Project. But anyway, when they finished, he said when they finished it, when completed, he wrote a song. And it was like, that was just really interesting to me. So do you want to talk a little bit about why maybe it's the prayer that has in song has more meaning?
So, I mean, I reviewed, this was like our latest issue was on Holly Ordway, the imaginative harvest of her work. I think she had like a conversion sort of like C.S. Lewis. You read all these literature stories and she thought, well, this has to be sort of true in some sense, then she latched onto the deeper story behind all these other stories. So she had done a review of the poems of Gerard Manley Hopkins, who's a poet the latter half of the 19th century. And he had a lot of poems that were very personal. There were several in the collection. I think she had a half dozen of them that were depressing poems where he just kind of laid out his heart but they'd always have kind of a little bit of a tinge of hope at the end. I have them at my fingertips, but I can't quote one right now. But that was sort of her. Yeah, he was very authentic. It's sort of like the people compare C.S. Lewis's problem of pain versus his grief observed. The grief observed is kind of a first person, and they say, well, you learn a lot more from what he actually went through versus what he discoursed on. I think he was very young when he wrote the other one, and he said, I'm not really even hardly qualified to write about this, but he had a lot of good material in it, I thought. I'll try to dig up some clips from some of these poems. I kind of browsed them a little bit before I got on here, but that's sort of where he's going. He has some poems where it just explains God's beauty. How do you write a paragraph about beauty? But you could write a stanza where you illustrate it and you bring up all the images.
The world is charged with the grandeur of God. It will flame out like shining from shook foil. It gathers to a greatness like the ooze of oil crush. Why do men then now not wreck his rod?
So you can give Louis Marcos a run first,
things for skies of couple colors of printed cow. For rose mows all on stipple upon trout that swim, fresh fire, cold chestnut falls, finches, wings, and landscape, potted in peace, foal, fallow, and plow. Oh, man, don't get me started. Quoting Hopkins.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. I was not familiar with him beforehand, but so did you add anything else to that about why our prayers that are in the form of poetry or song are more impactful?
I'm deferring to the Donald here. I can't think of it.
Sorry, I'm done it.
Well, I think it's
Donald
the
Williams.
same reason. I think it's the same reason why poetry is potentially more meaningful in general. If it lets you communicate the deepest thoughts and feelings of your heart more intensely, then it can do that to God as well as to anyone else. And when you're taking your prayer and putting it into poetic form, then you have to stop and think about it. What am I actually saying? What should I be saying? And the use of those literary devices can put you in the frame of mind where you're giving God, like George Herbert said, my God must have my best, even all I had. And so if poetry lets us do that in general, then communicating with God should be no exception. It gives us a way of giving him our best. You know, we value, as Protestants, we value spontaneous prayer, but we don't have a problem letting people lead us in prayer. Like we could let the psalmist David do it. We could let Cranmer do it in the Book of Common Prayer. We could do it ourselves and just stop and think about this is the God of the universe. This is the eternal Logos who made communication and language and poetry possible by creating us in his image. What do I really want to say to him? We can discover the depths of our own hearts in the process.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I mean,
so Donald is. Oh, I was going to say Donald Catching just had a note. His internet is kind of shaky today, and they have storms going through. We had some going through here earlier today. So anyway, he's just a little north of me. So anyway, sorry he's can't be with us for the rest of this, but those are some really great. So I wanted to go, and that's on Tolkien and song. And so Tolkien actually fleshes out his characters a lot with their songs or poems. We kind of get a sense of who they are as a character because of these poems that he writes or songs that he writes in the books. And this is something that a lot of readers complain about pretty frequently. And so what are your thoughts on this, both on Tolkien's technique as well as difficulty a lot of have in reading it? So Dr. Williams, do you want to start?
I've never had anybody complain to me about that, but then maybe I have a rather selective group of people who are willing to talk to me about Tolkien. The great thing about Tolkien as a writer is if you are so impoverished of soul that you cannot or appreciate or are unwilling to appreciate the poems, you can just skip them and the story will make perfectly good sense without them. And yet, if you want to pause on them, they bring the beauty of Middle Earth, which is the beauty of this earth, of our world, into focus in such poignant ways. The road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began. Now far away the road has gone, and I must follow if I can, pursuing it with weary feet, till it joins some larger way where many paths and errands meet. And whither then? I cannot say. I mean, it makes your own life. You can take anybody's life story, put it into that framework, and it makes more sense to you. You understand what you're doing and what life is all about. One of my favorites is Bilbo's little song that he sings when he says goodbye to the other hobbits. They're leaving to go on their trip to Mordor. And he's sitting there being left behind at Rivendell. And I sit beside the fire and think of all that I have seen, of meadow flowers and butterflies and autumn in summers that have been, of yellow leaves and gossamer in autumns that there were, of silver sun and morning mist and wind upon my hair. I sit beside the fire and think of how the world will be when winter comes without a spring that I shall ever see. For there are still so many things that I have never seen. In every spring, in every wood, there is a different green. Oh my goodness. I sit beside the fire and think of how the world will be when winter comes without a spring. It's going to. We'll drop out of the story and the world keeps going. And it brings into focus so powerfully the role of time and our finiteness in making our experiences precious and worthy to be remembered. Because if we forget them, it's as if we never had them. The gold of human experience slips through our fingers, and it focuses on what's really important. I sit beside the fire and think of people long ago and people who will see a world that I shall never know. Yet all the while I sit and think of times that were before. I listen for returning feet and voices at the door. And so it ends with his friends who's just walked away. He doesn't know if he'll ever see them again. And that is the most precious thing of all. It's the mystery of life put into words that most of us could not have found. But the great gift of the poet is that he finds them for us, and then they can become ours, and our own hearts can be opened up to the sorrows and the joys and the beauties of Middle Earth, which is simply this world. As we know, Tolkien stole the whole idea of Middle Earth from Anglo-Saxon poetry. Midgard. Middle Earth is that place which is between heaven above and hell beneath. And this is the place of our pilgrimage, where we are going to be heading to one or the other of those locations. And don't listen to me try to explain it. Just go read the poem again for yourself, and you'll get such a gift that he gave us.
It's like Meg Ryan said what Aristotle wanted to say, but in the movie format, when she said to Tom Hanks said, "Don't take it personal." And she said, "What do you mean don't take it personal? If anything, it should be personal above all, It should start with being personal." So that's kind of a similar point there. So, I mean, I'm kind of reminded of like Augustine's Confessions, how that was, you can read the Lord's Prayer, whatever, but I mean, the Confessions kind of made it personal. And I think the Romantics 1,500 years later or something, they kind of did a similar move. And but I mean, it's all through the Psalms. That was interesting to see about the Moses, and in the Old Testament, the songs. I mean, there's always the passage in Acts where Paul quotes, he says, even your poets say whatever it is they said. And those are my random thoughts.
So awesome. Well, we just have a couple of minutes left. And do you want to, each of you, share a little bit about where people can find you if they'd like to read more what you do and what you have coming up next. Seth, how about you?
I'm usually online, I guess, through I try to keep writing articles for the Unexpected Journal when I can. I found a few people in the master's program, found a doctoral program in humanities, and you can kind of bend it towards apologetics. So I'm supposed to be writing some kind of thesis in that right now, kind of world religions oriented a little bit. That's my one little world religions connection. There's even or world cultures. I mean, well, you always get mixed up with who's Socrates and who's Plato, because Plato's quoting him all the time. But at one point he wanted to banish the poets from his ideal republic, and part of what he didn't like was, he even talked about music and poetry is like, sometimes it kind of transports you, and your reason can't control you. So he wanted to kind of keep a little bit of control in his pseudo-fascist state there. So I mean, he was a little bit afraid of the imaginative arts, and I think even Confucius said something, talked about being kind of enraptured and taken away. It reminds me of my famous Malcolm Gate poem about finding his poem stuck in a photocopier machine. It says, "Yeah, my poetry is wrecking your machine." That's what it's supposed to be doing. So, I mean, that's where I'm an engineer generally by day, and I'm trying to do this at night, and that's kind of where you can find me. Donald will probably have some concerts coming up. I'd rather hear where he's going to be.
Well, I just finished my concerts for the next little bit, but my next gig is at the Defend Apologetics Conference at New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary. Will be January 3rd through the 7th. That's the first full week of the new year. And then in February, I'll be at the Square Halo conference on the Inklings and collaboration and creativity. That's February 11th to 12th in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And so I've got other opportunities coming throughout the year. If you want one place to see all my stuff together, my website is www.donaldtwilliams, one word, all lowercase, www.donaldtwilliams.com. And you can see all 13 of the books that I've written, which, if morbid curiosity led you to want more of what you've been hearing the last half an hour, you could find lots of it there.
Awesome. And Seth has a website, narniandfrodo.com. And what was the essay you were talking about, your dissertation that you're working on? You did one on, it was the superheroes around the world. It was in our superhero issue that you can get a little bit of a highlight of what Seth is working on. Dr. Williams, one of his last books that he published is 95 Theses for a New Reformation. He has a section of that in the Armago Day issue that came out in spring. So you can read more of what both of them have written on an Unexpected Journal. But
The Matrix of Meaning, 5 Theses on Christianity and Culture, in a recent issue of an Unexpected Journal, which always has unexpected treasures in it.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We wish Donald Catchings could have stayed in for the whole time. But anyway, we are going to be going to short intermission, and we're going to be having a giveaway. So thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you soon.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Live long and prosper.
Bye. Well, welcome back. We are into our second intermission, and we are getting ready for our second giveaway. And if you haven't already, be sure to enter into either the chat or the comments, wherever you're watching from, hashtag harvest to be entered into this giveaway. And for this giveaway, we're going to be having an issue of an unexpected or the imaginative harvest of Holly Ordway. And she also is going to be donating or giving the winner of the giveaway an issue of or a copy of her book, Tolkien's Modern Reading. So be sure to do that. And also, I just want to make a comment. We are streaming to several locations today. And so sometimes when you enter a comment, it might be a little bit delayed. So we're trying to respond to all of them, but just know that we're kind of sometimes it takes a little bit for it to show on our end on StreamYard. So anyway, we've had some interesting discussions so far, and I don't know, are you muted? Are you intending to be muted?
I know, I was just keeping it muted until, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So do we want to talk a little bit about our, maybe how they can get a free book? Do you want to forward that to the newsletter sign up? So if you go to our website at unexpectedjournal.com and then go to free book, and you can sign up for our newsletter and you can get a free copy of our first issue of the journal, which is on the abolition of man. And this is something that all of us went through. It was written by C.S. Lewis in the 1940s, and it's a very prophetic book. And it's actually considered by some people to be like among the top 20, top 100 books. I can't even remember which one it was. So it's something that there's a lot of conversation on, and these essays that we have in this first journal will kind of help you maybe get a handle around it. I know that when I took it in the class, it was kind of a struggle to understand it. And when we went to go and write for this issue, I had to go back and read it again and read some essays to kind of help me make sure that I was really getting a handle on it. Also, we did mention earlier in Dr. Ward's session that his recent book, After Humanity, is actually on the abolition too. So if you get this copy of the journal, our first one, and Dr. Ward's book, After Humanity, while you're reading The Abolition of Man, I think that will be really, really helpful. So also, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the journal and kind of how we operate. We've talked a little bit about our issues coming up. Also, we gave you our schedule for next year, but we are a 501c3 organization, and so we have quite a few people who contribute to the journal, not only the people who submit essays, but we have even more people who help edit, a lot of different editing, a lot of content editors. We have our artwork. Each issue is custom artwork designed specifically for us. Virginia de la Lastra, who did this issue, is going to be in a later segment, but we've had other contributors that have designed just amazing covers for us. And so these little books represent the collaborative efforts of quite a few people. And we want to thank all of them who have helped with that, because we wouldn't have been able to get through this at all without their work. We're just finishing up 4 years. But also, if you have enjoyed and appreciated the journal and the pieces in it, and you'd like to be part of it, you can donate to An Unexpected Journal, and you can do that by either going to our website at unexpectedjournal.com at donate and pay and donate online there, or you can text AUJ Harvest to 202-858-1233. So everyone that has contributed, has subscribed, has bought our books, has shared our pieces on social media, or forwarded it to a friend, we thank you so much for your support, because everybody working together makes it fun, right?
Yeah, and that's really a huge part of what we do. And I mean, you alluded to it there, Carla, with so many different steps to this process. It's not just as simple as people send us a Word document, we copy and paste it, and we're good to go. There's a lot more that goes to it than that. And that is obviously logistically. Sometimes it has to touch a lot of hands. And so it's so amazing to see a team of people work together. And I'm grateful to everyone who has done even kind of the unseen jobs. There's a lot of stuff that happens that you'll never see on this live stream, or that you'll never see unless you read the front of our book and you read all the people who've copy and content edited. It's just amazing to really see all the hands that go into this. And so we're grateful to our team. We're grateful to all of you out there. Our subscriber list is growing all the time. So thank you for that. We're just, this journal started as a Facebook post that said, hey, we should do this. And that was about it. And we didn't know what it was going to become or what it would grow into. We started online only. Why we did that? Because it was more convenient and easier. And then people said, we want print books. So that's what we did. And we've grown along with you. And I'm so proud of everything that people have done to help donate in their time and financial and other ways, of course. So, yeah, there's a lot that you don't see here today, but I wanted to make sure that, we actually acknowledge everyone who has a hand in this, because it is really, it's a labor of love for all of us.
And when you sign up for the newsletter, you'll get like a series of emails coming in afterwards that kind of gives a little bit of background about the journal. And one thing that came to my mind when Theresa was talking about creative people, it took us longer to decide on a journal name than it did for us to get our 501c3 approval back. And that is a true story. There were so many ideas, and we have all these fertile minds and, tons and tons of different ideas. And it took a while to come to an agreement on one, but I think we picked a good one. So anyway, you'll see a little bit of the backstory of that when you sign up for the newsletter. So hopefully everybody's entered into the giveaway. Again, the last call for hashtag harvest in the chat, but we're going to draw another winner, and let's do that. Congratulations. She is on Facebook. Okay, awesome. So Stephanie, Unexpected Journal sorry, my internet's lagging a little bit. Luckily, I don't have the problems that Donald was having earlier because we've had some storms in this area. But if you can email an unexpected journal at gmail.com with your name and address, then you are going to receive this issue, an Unexpected Journal, the Imaginative Harvest, and also Holly Ordway is going to be sending you a copy of her book, Tolkien's Modern Reading. So this is going to come, we will send one and she is sending one, so it's going to be two different shipments. We actually didn't, this kind of a last minute, she just said, hey, I'll give the winners a copy of my book too. So we weren't expecting that, so we want to thank her for that. So anyway, if you can email that to us, then we will get that out to you. So we still have one more giveaway coming up, and that is going to be at 5:45. It will be the last giveaway, and this is a grand prize, and we are giving a 1-year subscription to the journal. So you do not want to miss that. That is a very good deal. So you still have one chance to win, and so enter hashtag harvest into the comment or the chats wherever you're watching this from. So, Zach, we still have a couple minutes before we go on to our next session. So, thoughts so far about this lunch party that we're having?
honestly, one thing that strikes me about this and what I love about it is, I mean, a lot of us at the Journal, obviously, we know and love Holly. We've been taught by her, and we're grateful for that. And it's just fun to see all the different stories that come out of that, because frankly, I didn't know a lot of them before, and we're especially going to hear that in our final panel. So not, I learned some stories about friends of mine that I didn't even know, and I was very, it was cool. It's cool to be able to see that and to learn more about how wide of an impact someone has, even if you may not know it. And so I think that's really what stands out to me. It's great to see kind of this network effect, and you just see it branch out further and further. So I think that's really what strikes me about Holly's contribution, not only academically, because obviously her scholarly work is wonderful, and we're very appreciative in that, but also these more personal touches that I don't think everybody gets to hear. So I'm glad for that.
Yeah. So I just want to say, I want to give a shout out to Donald Catchings, because going back to the many hands coming to making this work. This is the third time we've done a live stream. Honestly, there were quite a few challenges. I don't even ask me why, but getting this going today. And this is the first time we've streamed to Amazon Live, and just got all the setup for that this week. And the thing is, you have to have an iPhone to start the live, and I have Android. So anyway, I called Donald earlier today and I said, "Hey, can you set this up and launch it for me?" It's like just a few minutes till, and he's like, "Oh, sure." So he did that for me last minute. So if you're watching on Amazon Live, that is thanks to Donald Catching. So go find one of his books and buy one from him as a thank you. So anyway, what do we have coming up next, Zach?
Well, so we're going back to the world of Tolkien. We're going back to Tolkien's modern reading. We have Nardone, Andy Crawford, and Ryan Grube. They all interacted with Tolkien's modern reading. Andy Crawford and Ryan were more of reviews, and Nardone certainly had plenty of review elements to it, but hers also kind of pulled thematically more directly from Tolkien rather than from Holly's book specifically. So it's going to be a great conversation. I'm excited to do this.
Awesome. Well, let's go over to that right now. So we're going to have a short little intro, and then we will see you on the other side.
All right. Well, hey everyone, we're back again with some static, I suppose. But hey everyone, we're so glad to have you all here, and I'm excited to be joined by familiar faces to those of you who love an unexpected journal. So before we dive in too deep, I'm going to let them introduce themselves. In my screen, it's Andy Nardone first, then Santa Claus / Sauron, and then Andy Crawford. So let's go on that order, and then we'll take it away.
All right. I'm Annie Nardone, and I've been writing and editing with Zach in the Unexpected Journal since the inception, when it was a joke kind of thrown out on Facebook, like he said, "Hey, let's write a book and fill it with essays." And we got serious and we did it, and it's been a lot of fun. I also write for Cultivating magazine. It's an online magazine at the cultivatingproject.com. And I'm managing editor there for the Read column, where I list every quarter, I list suggested books to read, old new classics, fiction, nonfiction, because books are my life. I moved, so my bookshelf is just getting full, but my whole house is bookshelves. So that's a lot of fun. And finally, I am on the Founders Council for the Society for Women of Letters. We cultivate the essential feminine voice in the scholarly Christian community. And those are the three big things that I work on, writing on my own and then submitting for the different places that I've listed.
Cool. Well, thank you so much. Now, St. Nicholas.
I'm not St. Nicholas. I am Gandalf the Red. Oh.
I love it. Do you want to disclose anything about yourself, or is your identity top secret, I suppose?
Well, I've been in Mordor, finishing up reading the book by Holly Ordway, and I've been slowly making my way back to the Shire to drop off a few more books for Bilbo and some of his friends. So I stopped in Rivendell and thought I might do a book review or two, and maybe refill some of my pipe tobacco. Well, anyway, when I got to the Shire, I got a call from my friend, another wizard who wears red around this time of year. He asked me if I would step in for him. His name escapes me, but at any rate, I thought I would just sit in and see what I could talk to you about today.
Well, thank you. I'm so glad you did. This is unexpected, shall we say.
It's about Mordor. I've been there, and I've been to the Shire, and I know the Middle Earth inside and out, like the back of a Balrog's hand.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to hear all about that. That will be excellent. And then Miss Annie Crawford.
I didn't realize we were supposed to come in character. This is great. I'm so excited to have Gandalf the Red with us. I'm just plain old me, Annie Crawford, cultural apologist and classical educator. I graduated from the HBU Cultural Apologetics program like so many of us and helped start Unexpected Journal. I've been writing and editing with the journal since the beginning. I also teach great text courses and apologetic courses to high schoolers. And I'm also on the Founders Council of a Society for Women of Letters with Annie Nardone. And I'm so impressed, Annie, that you remembered our tagline. I got to get that one memorized. So thanks for leading well on that.
That's awesome. And yeah, great work going on over there too. So for any of you who are listening, Society of Women of Letters, definitely recommended. I'm thrilled to see what's going on over there too. And today I thought, you've all interacted with Holly Ordway's book, Tolkien's Modern Reading. And I guess a great place to start is, and maybe we can go in reverse order this time, so starting with Annie Crawford and backwards, but of course, interact as you see fit. What are some of the key contributions that Holly has made to the field of Tolkien studies? Because this is somewhat, like I mentioned to her, it's kind of an unconventional take against conventional wisdom. So, Annie Crawford, do you want to start us?
Yeah. So, I think as she talked about in her interview earlier in our live stream and in her book, there's this tendency to see, and so far in Tolkien scholarship, tendency to see him as stuck in the past and not really engaged with, Ryan, you're cracking me up.
Sorry, trying to stand in for me. I didn't know if I'd make it in time, but I made it.
All right. Glad you made it. All right. I'll carry on. So, not to see Tolkien as influenced by his associates or modern literature, as maybe he really is. Having an inaccurate view of someone, like, that matters. And having an accurate view of someone matters. And maybe I'll, Zach, first talk on why it matters, seeing him as not just stuck in the medieval past, but truly engaged with the modern world. I really think this tendency to see Tolkien as backward looking, as as primarily a medievalist, is connected to a desire to de-emphasize his Christianity in his work. If he's disengaged from the modern world and stuck in the past, that makes it easier for me to evade the religious meaning and implications of his work. See his Catholicism as sort of part and parcel with that attachment to the past. So if we see his primary literary influences and affections as sort of stuck in this superstitious, more fantastical era, then it's easier to sort of explain his faith in like manners. O'Tallers, he's a devout religious Catholic because he's still stuck in that medieval world. If he was only really open to the modern world and engaged with modern books and modern ideas, and he would have realized his Catholic faith isn't really a viable answer anymore. But if we see him honestly, and we see him as someone very engaged in the modern world, who really did wrestle with, he did read James Joyce, and he did read the newspaper, and he did wrestle with the issues and voices of his present world, and he still found the answers of Christianity to be the ultimate answers to the questions modernity was asking. Well, gosh, then I'm challenged to take his faith seriously. So I think there's a latent apologetic import in Holly's work. And as she wrote this book as a piece of just literary criticism, but that's sort of a thread that's an undercurrent to the piece. And I believe, I think she's working on 2 projects. One of them is going to more explicitly explore Tolkien's faith. So I'm looking forward to that. We'll have to do something on it here at Unexpected Journal when that one comes out as well. But that's one reason why I think this is an important work.
Awesome. Thank you. Now, Ryan.
Yeah.
Any thoughts as to how, maybe stemming from your review, has you had some great things to say about the contribution that Holly has made to the field of Tolkien studies?
Yeah. She resets the ground, I think. She makes a good point in her book about Humphrey Carpenter's, and well, actually all the biographers that were early on seemed to get this sense of Tolkien that was perhaps truncated in the wrong way, and some have pointed out that maybe that's because we have different definitions of what modernity means. So maybe they were rejecting the idea that Tolkien was into more of the artsy kind of modernity or something, as opposed to the pop fiction or something. But what Dr. Ordway has pointed out, and I think correctly, is that we need a fuller picture of Tolkien, and she more or less proves that he's very much a man of his time, and his time spans from really the Victorian to the postmodern. So I really see this as a groundbreaking work in Tolkien studies, or maybe not groundbreaking, but definitely it shakes things up a bit. And the same kind of level of insight is in this book that I see in Michael Ward's Planet Narnia. We're now dealing with inkling scholars in not just in terms of looking backwards, but looking towards their influence, how they brought stuff from the past to the modern and postmodern eras.
I love that. That's a great comparison to Planet Narnia, too. I think that's a great comparison.
Yeah, it's not a lot of literary criticism I'll take to bed with me at night and read and keep on my bookstand. So to me, that's kind of a high bar. Usually I want to read fun things before bed. But those are 2 books that I've been able to take with me, not just on an airplane or, to do study with, but they're actually enjoyable reads in their own right. Ward and Ordway both write very concise, clear, precise prose, but it's not boring, and it's not technical feeling. They get right to the point. And when I was reading the Tolkien's Modern Reading, I kind of felt like I was on an adventure, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I felt the same, Ryan, and I have the same standard is, can I read it in bed and it keeps me awake more than 5 minutes?
Right.
It's a good book.
It's academic, but it's so accessible, and I like reading chunks of it. You can pick it up. It's like a box of chocolates. I can pick it up and I can get interesting insights in a few pages, and I can set it down and constantly pull new information from the book, things that I didn't know, different authors. And honestly, when I'm reading through it, I think what she's done is she's provided us a really good reading list, because after I started reading through it, my book wish list started filling up, and I found Andrew Lang sitting on my shelf, and I found fairy tales and all of these wonderful authors that influenced him. It was good to pull those back off the shelves. It felt like I had Tolkien sitting next to me and saying, this is what I liked about this. This is what I got from this. This is how I enjoy this. I'm glad you like it too. It made Tolkien more personal as far as an author who I already loved. But now I admire him even more for the number of things that he has read that I never even imagined that he did.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, as you say, you point out two things I tried to show in my review of one, the reader's resources that are in this book. And it's one thing I really appreciate about Holly and her teaching and her work is she really seeks to serve her students and serve her readers. And she's not trying to be smart and clever, or like, she writes to serve. And so that's one thing I appreciated is some of these readers' resources, like the appendices, but also the way that the end of every chapter had a very good summary of what the chapter contained, and in a way that I think is just really helpful for me to go back and quickly remember what is in that chapter, as well as maybe for newer, more intimidated readers to make sure they got the main points that she was wanting to give. I really appreciate that about both her teaching and her writing. She works to serve her audience, not herself.
That is a great point. And I'm wondering, was there anything in any of his sources that you found particularly surprising? Because I know for me, you've all kind of alluded to it, like, oh, I didn't know Tolkien read that. Were there any things that maybe we can like tease our audience with that like they might not be aware of? Anyone can answer. I'm just curious.
I think that the scope of his reading books for children, but we know what Lewis says about children's books. But I think the scope of reading the fairy tales, the imaginative, George MacDonald, Andrew Lang, all of the imaginative reading that he brought in, I think that is what added so much magic to his writing. If he had read just some stuffy things, I mean, James Joyce, I'm not sure, James Joyce being James Joyce, but I'm not sure I would have gotten the same magical feel from the prose as I did, since he was also tapping into so many imaginative writings. So I credit his reading of fairy tales, children's stories, and that kind of thing as a huge factor in making his writing so rich. Yes. And fun and magical. Transport.
To say something.
Yeah, you brought up James Joyce, and to me, probably the part of Tolkien's modern reading that sticks out the most is there's maybe Ordway isn't trying to make this comparison, but it remains to be done, and that is looking at James Joyce and what he did with literature. And most of us can't pretend to understand it, but we know that he was taking the form of the novel
retrieving things like, with Ulysses, he was retrieving some of the Odyssey, the Iliad, that kind of stuff. But he was putting it through sort of a modern filter of what was happening in the world of his time. And it's probably underappreciated for that fact, because Joyce is just probably too far ahead of his time. But comparing what he was doing with Tolkien, we can all read Lord of the Rings. It's fairly accessible to us because, you could call it children's literature if you want, or high fantasy, or, it fits in a genre that's comfortable for us. But Tolkien himself was doing some genre bending work. And the part of Tolkien's modern reading that sticks out to me still is when Ordway points out that he's getting some of his ideas, like from Rider Haggard, about the way that he incorporates maps into the book, or Rider Haggard had a vase in, I think it was She, or one of those, maybe it was King Solomon's Mines, and the idea was to take something, a fictional world, a sub-created world, but to bring it sort of outside the page, because the maps or the pictures of these items that are referenced in the story are published in such a way as to bring them outside the story itself. They're, appendices. And Tolkien takes that idea and just runs with it. He develops the linguistics of cultures and the history and the backstory and all that type of thing, the mythology. But he also, Ordway points out, was going to do that with the maps. And of course, for budget constraints, it didn't come out exactly the way he'd planned. But seeing what he was doing, now in our postmodern lens, we can understand this, because he's taking multiple forms and blending them together into something new. So I think it's an apt comparison that remains to be made between Tolkien and Joyce. The one is much more accessible, but they're both doing pretty, I like to use the word mashup kind of stuff. Maybe Dr. Ordway wouldn't like that word, but to me, I think it fits.
I think what's oh, do y'all hear that?
I do.
Ryan, try.
What's that?
Try muting.
Okay.
Very odd. There we go. Okay, we're back. And Crawford, go for it.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like things are maybe echoing through your mic, Ryan. So if we all mute when we're not talking, hopefully that'll fix it. I was just gonna say, what surprised me, I to echo what Annie said, is I tend to know books that are really, really recent or really, really, really old, and realizing that this 1850 to 1950 is a gap. I mean, apart from sort of, Joyce, Eliot, Woolf, the people you have to read in a modern literature class. Otherwise, this era was pretty unknown to me. And so in a way, all of the sources, for the most part, were a surprise. I agree with you, Annie. Homeschooling, we know maybe more of the children's literature, the E. Nesbit, the Graham Greene. But other than the children's literature, I'd never heard of Haggard. I don't even know how to say their names. Shorthouse, Wiki Smith. But a lot of these books look delightful, and I agree, Annie. My little list, my Amazon wish list, grew as I read along. Felt like I just discovered a whole new world. So I really felt like I got an overview of a whole part of literature that I was largely unaware of existing, and so that was what mostly surprised me. I'm trying to think. Was there anything that was a genuine surprise? I was, Ryan, we don't have to fight over our interpretation of James Joyce, but I will say that I was encouraged that Tolkien's view of him more resonated with my own, that he's a great wordsmith, but not all that impressed with his moral vision.
Yeah, I don't think we would probably categorize Joyce as a moralizer, but there's always that tension between, you've got the good, the true, and the beautiful. And it seems like one of those three is always the odd one out. And so for people who are concentrating on the aesthetic side of the transcendentals, perhaps the morals are left in the rearview mirror. I don't know. But to be sympathetic to Joyce, not that we want to make this about him, seems to me he's more trying to do what's happening at the time. He's like the filter, not a moral filter. He's just describing the world as he sees it with the craziness that he sees going on. So in art, can you do that? Can you do an accurate depiction of what you're trying to say in a fallen world, and yet get rid of the immoral side of things? Probably he didn't fuss about it as much as we just did.
Yeah, so I think that's a good point. I mean, one thing that surprised me, I love that Tolkien read popular literature of his day. Like, that made me happy because I don't want to say there's always this pressure, but you always think, am I using my time well? And there are all these amazing books in the history of the world, and I just want to read something that everybody else is reading, just so I can talk about it. And because you see him reading, for example, like Agatha Christie, and I love Agatha Christie, but I don't always think of her as like, sometimes I'm like, man, I should be reading something much heavier, such more foundational. And it makes me happy that, no, he read things for fun, too. That didn't advance his professional career in any way, and it was fun. And so that made me really happy.
Okay, Zach, that's what I was trying to remember when instead I picked a fight with Ryan, which was misguided. What I was trying to remember is that I was surprised that he liked Agatha Christie, but not, oh my goodness, Lord Peter Wimsey, Dorothy Sayers. That was a little bit surprising to me. And I would love someone to explicate that more, someone to dig into that and see if we could figure out what it was about Dorothy Sayers that didn't quite sit with him.
And I love that he was not interested in Dune. He wasn't thrilled about that, which was interesting. But anyway, Ryan, I think you have something.
I would never want to fight with Annie on YouTube unless we were going to get paid. So I'm not going to fight back. But if you do want to fight, we could do like a fundraiser.
I mean, we were talking about a lot of different fundraisers earlier, so maybe that will be our next fundraiser, an Andy Crawford Ryan debate.
I'm not a big Joyce fan myself, but I'm just trying to see him in light of a lot of people look at that era as the modern era, and I think it's really more the beginning of what we now call postmodern. And if you look at it in those terms, it starts to make sense. He's presaging what's going on now, what's normal in our culture now with social media and the blending of various, we have a TV set inside of our cell phone. We've got all kinds of media happening. If you imagine that type of environment being strained through a linear progression that we call a novel, it starts to make a little more sense to me. So in that respect, I can admire aesthetically what he might have been after, but defend him, that's not really my bag. And then getting back to Tolkien, I think that's something we miss too often because we get to be kind of fanboys about cool, there's like skulls and demons and Gandalf and wizardry and magic, and we get kind of lost in the medievalness of it without seeing that Tolkien himself is presaging a lot of what we now think of as normal. I mean, one of the largest sources of memes in the early eras of Internet 2.0 was the Lord of the Rings movies, And why are they so meme-worthy? Because they're derivatives of something that was very popular, that was something that was accessible to audiences, but also the heroicism was heightened. So in a postmodern or even post-postmodern era that we're in now, when irony and polemics are becoming more foreground, we start to borrow from Tolkien himself, he wasn't trying to achieve irony per se or anything, but he was hearkening back to heroic themes and themes that were maybe in his day not popular to display that way in a novel. So in that sense, I think there's a good reason to set those two authors side by side, aside from the fact that they were contemporaries.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's a fight, I don't know. I don't think there's a fight there.
I love it. Well, man, this went by so ridiculously fast. I say that, and it was awesome. I love hearing what y'all have to say. I think I'd love to, because you all engaged with Holly's work so deeply in our issue. What's one thing that you would like readers to be able, or listeners to be able to take away about her book? Like, why should they care? Why does this matter to them? Why should they read Holly's book? Let's start with Annie, Nardone, and we'll go Annie, and Ryan at the end.
Alrighty, I have unmuted. I think the big takeaway that I get from reading Tolkien and from reading this book is that to be a good writer, you must be well read. And you take your influences from hundreds of authors. And stacked bookshelves are a good thing, because if you only read 10 authors in your lifetime, you're going to get the view of 10 authors. If you read 100 authors, you're going to get their words and their inflections and their meanings and their color and their emotion. So if there's aspiring writers out there, the best thing you can do is what Holly has shown us through her book, is be well read. Read from the old books, read from the new books, read from current books. I really enjoy picking up something that just came hot off the press, a lovely fiction book where I'm not compelled to highlight it, which I'm still compelled to highlight. I still read with a pen in my hand, and that's the blessing and the curse of HBU, is that I now cannot read without a pen in my hand. But I think being well read, and I think Tolkien leads by example by saying, I read all of these things unashamedly. I read the newspapers. I read all of these things, and they all came together to inspire his own writing and his own craft. So that's probably one of the biggest things that I got from reading Holly's book. And then that there's the subjects that are timeless, and that is the virtues. There are certain truth, virtue, beauty, goodness are timeless to be put into a book. And those themes never grow old. And those are pulled from so many different authors.
No, well, thank you. That's awesome. All right, Crawford.
All right. Well, when you asked this question, I was surprised at the word that came to my mind, and that word is discernment. Literary criticism is not easy to do. It's harder than you think. It takes a lot of discernment to do well. Source hunting, Holly talks about that in her book. It can be done really badly. It can be reductionistic, but it can also be done, I think, as she does for the most part, in a way that opens up layers of meaning and enjoyment. But that takes discernment. And I also think, she's defending Tolkien's character, or trying to better develop his character in a way that's more truthful and complex. It also takes discernment. We have to discern and judge every day to navigate our way through the world, through relationships. but people are complex, and so we need good discernment. And we need good discernment more than ever. And so as you asked that, that's what I took away is she is modeling careful discernment, considering context, considering culture, considering personality, considering history, and doing it with humility, but yet still making discernments, which we need to do. So I think that's what she models, and I think that's something we need modeled. And so that wasn't what I expected to come to mind, but I actually think that's a lot of my point.
Yeah, no, and Ryan.
Trying to remember your question. What's the reason why you'd want this book? Is that about the substance of what you're asking?
Yeah, one takeaway.
I guess the way I see it, there's three maybe audiences that might appreciate this book. One would be fans of Tolkien, Lord of the Rings. Everybody likes to learn more about their favorite author. If you like Harry Potter, you like to learn about J.K. Rowling. If you like Narnia, you learn about C.S. Lewis. If you like cooking, you learn about Rachel Ray. The other two would be people who are into literary criticism. I think this book fits soundly in sort of a trinity of books, if you will. If you put it right next to the Planet Narnia on the shelf, and then Diana Gleyer's got one called The Company They Keep, and she did like a more popular level one called Bandersnatch. Those three books are very insightful, both in terms of their unique approach, but also they're just excellent examples of how to write expository criticism that's not boring. It harkens back to like the old days of, I don't know, Johnson or whatever, when people would write literary criticism because they actually loved books, not because they wanted a PhD or something of that effect. And then the third group I think that would really, this book would appeal to are people who want to be creative types themselves, perhaps authors of books in their own, fantasy worlds, or any type of art really, because it's very encouraging to know that somebody who's now considered maybe one of the greater authors of the 20th century was really doing what a lot of normal people do, which is he wasn't binge watching Netflix because he didn't have Netflix. He was binge reading whatever he could get his hands on, and he was absorbing it. And Ordway does a great job using his picture of leaf mold. All the leaves that were fallen from the literatures of the past were gradually became what fed the roots of his own legendarium. So I think, whether you're a fan, whether you're into literary criticism, whether you want to be a creative type yourself, there's something in this book for you.
Well, thank you so much. It was awesome having all three of you here. So thank you for your contributions. Thank you for all you do for us. And we're going to one last panel now. So it's entitled Seeds of Inspiration. You're going to Carla's going to be back interviewing Jesse Baker, Jason Smith, and Virginia de Lastra. So thank you for it. We'll be seeing you soon. Thanks for being here, and we'll be right back.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Carla with an Unexpected Journal, and I am here with Jesse Baker, Virginia de Lastra, and Jason Smith. And we are going to be talking today about the seeds of inspiration. But we are going to get started. I'm going to let them share a little bit about who they are and what it is that they do. And Virginia, would you like to begin?
Oh, okay. Hi. Thank you for inviting me. I'm Virginia. I'm from Chile, so this is going to be the southern accent you're ever going to hear. And I'm a physician, and also I studied a Master of Arts in Apologetics at Houston Baptist University. I work in infectious diseases, I'm afraid. But a few years ago, I discovered while studying apologetics that I was good at drawing, and I have not stopped since then. And so I work also in my spare time as an illustrator. So basically that's it, I guess.
Awesome. And Jason Smith, how about you?
Hello. So I'm Jason. I write fiction and poetry under the pen name J. Alexander Wooten. I also, let's see, I do too many things. I'm a volunteer with the C.S. Lewis Foundation. I am on the board for an Unexpected Journal. I suppose I should mention that by way of honest and full disclosure. So I help out there when I can. I also have a day job. I work in marketing and technical writing for a medical device engineering firm. So not very much related to any of the things that I do creatively or with apologetics, but still very much firmly in the Christian tradition. There in medicine, and in that capacity, I write about very different and dry subjects. I have a book out on medical device cybersecurity. I'm working on a book right now on organizational culture and pandemic response. And then I, do very technical stuff on like FDA regulations and really boring things. So then I love whenever I can steal time to work on creative projects and things like an Unexpected Journal.
Awesome. And Jesse Baker, how about you?
Hi. For the most part, I'm a pastor. So I'm a Methodist pastor. I'm in my 11th year of ministry, which being a Methodist, they move around some. So this is actually my third appointment. And I've been in a large city, way out in the country, and now in a sort of a mid-sized city. So in getting connected with HBU, it was kind of the realization that in my line of work, I could be sent anywhere within the eastern part of the state. And every culture in town is different, within not too far from one another. So a cultural sort of outlook on apologetics and teaching was very relevant. But yeah, so mostly that's what I do beyond being dad and husband and all that. That's pastoring. So I love preaching. I love teaching. Teaching is my favorite thing to do in the world. But then all the other normal churchy things of women's groups and men's groups and fundraisers and all that sort of fun stuff. So, but yeah, and then I try to be creative when I can.
So awesome. So if you're just joining us, we are discussing an Unexpected Journal, the Advent issue, which is on the imaginative harvest of Holly Ordway. And Virginia both contributed a piece as well as designed the cover. And Jason and Jesse both contributed pieces. We're going to be talking a little bit more about that. I do want to mention that if you have a question for them or just a question about what they're discussing in general, type it in the chat or the comments. It will vary depending on where you're watching this from. And I just want to mention that there is a little bit of a delay in the comments showing up for us. So we will try to get to it. We're not ignoring you. It's just sometimes it takes a little bit for the question to come through. So anyway, let's go on to our first thing to discuss, and this is like venturing into the unknown. So in this issue, each of you are talking about doing something that's uncomfortable, venturing into the unknown in some way. So Jesse, your poem Maps is about that you were being uncomfortable with poetry, and Virginia, you illustrated that you've illustrated 80% of our covers for us for the journal, but when you started the program, you didn't think that you could draw. And then Jason, your poem in Reflection is about discovering and recognizing the truth about yourself. So what I'd like to talk about is about your piece, and also how Dr. Ordway encouraged you to go beyond what you thought you So Jesse, how about we start with you?
Okay. Yeah. So, and I kind of mentioned this at the front end of the article with the little write-up that, I one point in time used to pretend that I was could understand and write poetry, and I'm not trying to say that this is some secret Gnostic world that everyone has to know all the rules before you enter, but it for me was really just a mode of self-expression, because that's sort of what the music and everything else I listened to. So it was really just that sort of thing. And I guess one of my realizations in life, because I thought I knew what I was doing. I thought I knew how to do it, at least to some degree. I remember in my undergrad, I took we were required to take a certain number of literature courses or something. And I thought, oh, I'll take poetry. And I ended up dropping the class just because I didn't know what was going on. I was like, that's not what I understood of what was happening. So after that point, it just was ingrained to me. It's like, oh, I don't understand any of this, so I'm going to keep it away. So getting to HBU, reading Dr. O's book, The Christian Imagination, Apologetics in the Christian Imagination. I don't have my book open. I hope I get that title right. I almost skipped every poem that was at the end of every chapter, because I thought it's not going to be important to the main point that she's making, and so I could probably get by without it. I don't think it'll be on any test or any paper, but I ended up deciding, no, I'm going to try. And maybe I swung and missed, so to speak, a few times, but it was her poem Maps. And I guess the encouragement was then a sort of, she didn't know she was doing it, because it was just the clarity of the writing, the vividness of the imagery, and just the clarity of what she was trying to get at. That I read it, and at the end I was like, I think I get that. I think I understand what's happening there. And of course, with the understanding that it sort of challenged me to look deeper. And so anyway, then I tried to read every poem after that, and I've been trying to read more and more poetry ever since. So her encouragement was just the goodness of her own writing in that poem. And there were other poems that have helped along the way, but that one is one that sticks clearly in my mind as a great help. So I think, as I said, my contribution to whatever effect was a way to talk about my previous engagement with poetry, my abandonment of it, and then my later kind of real discovery of what it's doing in my now sort of full participation in that way of seeing the world.
Awesome. So Jason, how about you?
Well, it's an interesting question for me, because my piece is not in any way autobiographical. So I think that your question was phrased in such a way as how did Dr. Ordway's work kind of push me beyond what I thought I was capable of. And it was so first of all, I hadn't met Holly Ordway when I wrote that poem. I did do the master's program at Houston Baptist University later, in part because I read her book. And so kind of the work that happened in my mind and my imagination was sort of passive or residual, I guess, from her telling her own story. And I think what it did for me was kind of split open some aspects to Lewis's conversion story that I had read, but I hadn't really put together kind of the full significance of it. Lewis tells his own conversion story, I think maybe 5 or 6 different ways, in fiction and nonfiction, in memoir, in poetry. I know some scholars will claim that there's a little bit of his autobiography in every single work that he writes. I don't know if I would go that far, but he's very coy about it. Even in Surprised by Joy, right? One of his friends read it, and his close friends, and said, really, it should be retitled Suppressed by Jack, because he had left so much out. And just his way of phrasing things sometimes is very oblique. But something about reading Holly's book which her journey is, her conversion story is parallels Lewis in some respects, and in particular for me, some key respects, where you see this self-conception being changed by that encounter with God ultimately, but it's not perceived as an encounter with God at first. It is an encounter with friends. It's an encounter with ideas. It's an encounter with rational argument. And what all of these things do is turn, for Lewis and for Holly, they sort of turn them inward to realize my self-conception is not quite accurate. And because I interpret the world through my sense of self, right? We all interpret the world through our senses of ourselves. Therefore, what I think about God has been shaped or is colored by kind of my self-conception as it was. And now that I'm realizing that maybe I was wrong about who I am or some things about myself, now that forces me to reconsider what my ideas of God are and what God is or could be to me.
Awesome. And Virginia, how about you?
Oh, well, my piece was biographical. I tried to thank Dr. Ordway because when I was studying in the program, I didn't know I could draw. I was good in school, but I was focused on getting into medical school and then doing my specialty. And then I got into teaching at medical school. And then I realized I didn't know how to think. And I got, well, you all know I love Chesterton. So I fell in love with Chesterton. I wanted to study everything. And I actually was kind of Chesterton who started this whole thing, because I went to a conference in 2015 in San Antonio, to the Chesterton conference in San Antonio. And I was, well, you know me, the ones who don't, I'm big at, I don't have a filter, which Dr. Ordway, she educated me all those years trying to beat my tongue. And well, at those years, I was at the Chesterton conference just saying what I thought. And I saw my favorite Chesterton books, which is Orthodoxy. And the covers were so boring and dark. And I had a lot of atheist friends who I would have loved to give that book, but I couldn't, because all the covers were like crosses and churches, and of course they're going to throw the book on. And Chesterton wanted to name that book my Elephantines, I don't know, Adventures in Pursuit of the Obvious. And I thought, I wish there was a cover that could embody that idea. And of course I started whining, and I have really good friends that put up with a lot of things that I say. And one of them say, why don't you, Virginia, sketch your idea of a cover? And I would tell them, I want to draw Chesterton riding an elephant with a sword pointing to the sun. And that was the cover I wanted. And one friend came and said, Virginia, why don't you sketch it? I can't draw, I can't sketch. And I remember I had this notebook, messy, because I'm kind of messy. I would tell Dr. Ordway that I am, like a human golden retriever or a human Labrador kind of person. And so, of course, I sketched it. It was really raw. And everyone kind of laughed. But then the whole idea of Chesterton riding an elephant stayed at the conference. It was kind of a topic. And then someone asked me if I could send that sketch. It was really rough. And because they wanted to see if they might publish it in their magazine. And I was kind of shocked. And so when I went back to Houston, I was meeting Dr. Ordway. She was my advisor. And I told her that something weird had happened. Of course, she got like, weird, like how? I was like, no, good weird. And so I told her, and she said, bring in your sketches. So I brought them in, and they were very simple sketches, and, like very just sketches. Nothing, don't imagine anything like, like elaborate or anything. And so I showed her, and she was silent. And Dr. Ordway, she's the best teacher I ever had, because she tells you the truth. If you don't like it, she'll tell it anyway. And so that is great, because where you're standing with her. And I remember she was really serious and started looking at my sketchbook, and she looked at me really serious, and you've got talent. And I remember like thinking, oh boy, I haven't done anything with this. And I'm going to die. And then St. Peter is not going to open the gates of, purgatory or even heaven or anything. So, I haven't done anything with this. And so I look at Dr. Ordway and say, okay, what should I do with this? Because if I have it, I have to work on it. And then we decided that we were going to work how to embody ideas, Christian's idea, the truth in images. And so I spent the rest of the master's studying how to embody truth in visual images and studying how other people, also did it. Like Chesterton used to draw, and he has some great, great drawings. So I started looking at the visual arts from Tolkien, from Chesterton, and from other great artists. And I ended up drawing, and suddenly I donated all my drawings from my thesis to the American Chesterton Society. And then I donated more stuff, and some started buying them. And so it's like been a really weird adventure. And I ended up illustrating too in my spare time. And now I draw for my medical students for you, and for the American Chesterton Society and some books. And so it's been an adventure. It's a great one and a fun one.
Awesome. Yeah, we enjoy every single cover you make for this. They're amazing. So let's go on to our next question, which is about the barriers of misunderstanding. And Jason, you kind of touched on this in your previous answer, but your reflection really highlights a passage from the preface of The Great Divorce by C.S. Lewis. And Lewis essentially says there that both heaven and hell are around us, but we are choosing one or the other. And this is what Jason writes: for it is not about earth that we in our rebellious state are primarily mistaken, but rather, as great divorce shows us in example after example, we are mistaken about ourselves. And each one of you already kind of talked about this already, but can you share a little bit more your thoughts about the way that we can be wrong about ourselves and how that blocks what got us? Jason, do you want to start?
I'm happy to start. I want to talk about the other stories more, because Virginia's story is so cool, and I can't believe you didn't know that you had that talent until so recently, right? I started seeing your drawings maybe in 2017, 2018, and I thought, what? No, there's no way that she just started, and Jesse, I feel like your story is so common. I feel like so many of us go to school and we think like we encounter poetry in those kind of sessions, and we're just turned off by it because we're presented with all this different poetry, and some of it's good and most of it's not, and it's not necessarily well taught, and we're not taught to develop taste. And I really want to hear more about kind of digging into your story. So I'm more excited to to talk about y'all. So I don't know. I think I will defer and maybe circle back. But.
Okay, well, about you, and maybe just like all of you have talked about that a little bit already. Why do you think that is? Why do you think we're like that?
Why do you think we're like hesitant?
Why do you? Yeah, hesitant. Like it's almost like it's hard to have a balance between. Some people have like this kind of a ungrounded pride, and then, but even with that, we don't really. Maybe it's that we don't really see what we really are, right? And so there's kind of this bravado about it, but that we don't. I don't know. It's just because you just see that, like especially when in submissions for the journal, or just hearing people's stories about, I didn't think I could write a story. I didn't think I could, that I even like poetry, let alone write it. I didn't think I could do this. I didn't think I could do that. We have this idea about ourselves that just isn't true. So you're a pastor. Tell us, Jesse, why are we like this?
You're in luck. I am in the one profession where I'm in charge of having all the answers. So I don't know, but I mean, I think maybe there's some paradox there that actually sort of speaks to where I was coming from. I guess the paradox is, like, for me with poetry, I knew that I didn't know what I was doing, but really what that means is that I felt like that I had answers, and that my job was to just give. And I think one of the things that poetry has helped me to see is that I need to start in the posture of a receiver, which makes a whole lot of sense pastorally too. I mean, and I read something a week or so ago. It was something by the Rabbit Room. They were interviewing the poet Scott Cairns, and he had a line in there that it's really kind of shaken me. I don't know what to do with it, but I think it makes a lot of intuitive sense. He said, "It's not a poem until something is discovered." And I think part of what that means is that, we're all doing our best, and we're all being open. And especially as people of faith, we're putting ourselves at the beginning as the posture of a receiver. God has all things, and we receive. And then what we receive, we can then share. But what we share or what we receive is, always through a glass darkly. So it seems to me that poetry does a good job of, giving us the language to be able to share what we see, but also inviting people into a conversation. Maybe somebody else sees something a little bit different. And so so I think that's where this has really brought me. This, when I read Maps, that was 2019. So for me, 2 years of trying to get my mind wrapped around, maybe that's not even the right way, just to step into the waters and just enjoy the comfort of that space of recognizing and being able to be honest. I don't know, but here's what I think I know, and I'll share that. And you tell me what you see, and we'll learn how to grow together that way.
I think that's a really great insight. I think that's probably the root of it, right? Because we think, that's human nature. The root of the fall is this pride, thinking that we can do it on our own and not knowing God, we don't need God to. It was just from Job, and he's like, "You think, can you save yourself by your own right hand?" And so we think we know all about ourselves, and really we don't. Really, we need God to tell us who we are in Him to really have that true reflection. So we just see this one little piece, and that's what we think we are. And He has a bigger plan for us than what we were thinking. So Virginia, how about you? What are your thoughts?
Oh, I would go with Chesterton, definitely. And he says that every man has forgotten who he is, and that one may understand the cosmos, but never the ego, and that the self is more distant than any star. So that actually says a lot. And he also says that we are all, since we sinned, we are all under the same mental calamity, that we have all forgotten our names, and that we have all forgotten who we are. And that all we call spirit and ecstasy are only means that for only one off, he says, like, only for one awful moment, we remember that we forget. So I think we can never know exactly who because we've forgotten. Since we sinned, we forgot who we are. And sometimes we remember who we really are. And sometimes we discover some things, gifts that were given that we didn't know, or we haven't even worked them because we were distracted doing something else. And that's the mystery, that God knows us more than we know ourselves, and which is beautiful.
Yeah, this is another Lewis book, and I was thinking, honestly, I read your essay, Jason, and so I knew it was quoted from The Great Divorce, but it seemed to me to be tied more closely to, like, Till We Have Faces, because that's what you're saying, Virginia. There's the line at the end. It's like, how can we speak to God face to face until we have faces? We don't even know. We don't even know who we are. So anyway, the last thing, this is a very, very last segment. And so I just wanted to wondered if each of you could share a few thoughts about maybe a word of thanks for Dr. Ordway and the impact that she's had. Virginia?
Me? Oh boy. I always tell her that there's a Virginia before Dr. Ordway and a Virginia after Dr. Ordway. The impact she had in my life was so huge that I wouldn't know where to start. She is a great teacher in the sense that he draws things out of you. He sees you, she sees you, and she helps you, and she's truthful. And there are not many people, there are a lot of people that don't tell lies, but it's a whole other thing to tell you the truth. And that's what she got. And she tells the truth in such a loving way. She wants to help, and she does. And I admired her so much. And I look up to her, and I want to be like her. And even though, of course, I have a total different personality, but I did try to be like, I want to be like her. She's the greatest teacher I've had in my life. And I'm honored to have been her student. And I always kind of joke that she had a Labrador that would overwhelm her, because I get excited easily and enthusiastic and don't have the filter. But she really educated me as, where to go. And I wouldn't know. She taught me how to think, and I'm still learning, and not only how to write, but she really had a huge impact, and that she still does. Every time I give a class at medical school, she's there. She's there in all my drawings. She's there in all my illustrations. Whenever I'm thinking how I'm going to embody an idea, she's there. So she actually is still changing the world, but through me. But if someone has to thank someone besides God, it's Dr. Ordway. And Chesterton, of course. I would not leave Chesterton out.
That's awesome. Okay, Jason, what about you?
Oh man, I recently got to introduce Holly at a C.S. Lewis Foundation retreat where she was speaking as one of our plenaries, and talking about her manner of instruction. There's this room that is, I wouldn't say it was full of academics and professional teachers, but a significant number of them were there, and I was kind of like, how do you describe a consummate teacher to a room full of teachers, right, who know what they're talking about? And what I said then was that she is capable of treating her students' work professionally, but treating the student personally, and that is a really hard balance to strike. And she's very good at it. I was extremely grateful for that, in particular at HBU in the master's program, because I did not have that experience in undergrad. I had I guess some academic trauma to work through from undergrad is a way that I've described it. Just a lot of kind of just negative impressions of the American university system and where the humanities have come to, and topics that I could rant on for a long time, and I won't here. But it was really wonderful to encounter in Holly and in the program that she designed academics who really cared about the work as needing to be good. We're looking for high quality work here, and we're going to pull that out of you. But also, we still care about you. You're not a good work producing machine. You're a whole person. It's just completely kind of changed my perspective on academia, and just like, good. There's still this idea of a liberal arts education and people who can teach the humanities well and all of that. And it was all down to her.
Awesome. And Jesse, how about you?
Yeah, it's hard to know how to add anything onto that. I think Jason's point about the work professionally and the student personally is fabulous, and obviously that's that comes out in Virginia's story. So I guess just adding on to that, I remember, well, two things. So I mentioned I'm a pastor, so I've already done a master's degree, and so I'm kind of doing this as continuing education. But again, maybe going back to what I said earlier, I thought I knew something. I thought I knew what I was doing. I thought I knew how to write a paper until I took writing and research, and I realized I didn't know how to write. And so it's just crazy that you get to a certain point and like somebody finally tells you, hey, paragraphs actually have a structure to it. You don't just randomly start a sentence and then randomly end it and then hope it makes some sense. So and for me as a weekly communicator to whatever size of congregation I have, it's like that's been invaluable in being able to process information. Writing as learning has been a great idea, a great tool. Structuring thoughts on a piece of paper and then being able to communicate it, on top of the seeing the world poetically as a sort of seeing heaven in the ordinary type of idea. On top of all of that, just being able to have a thought, work the thought, write the thought, communicate the thought. It's a basic function of human existence, but she knows how to bring it out of people. And, I'm lucky to have counted myself among those who have received from her in that way.
Yeah, the structured and ordered thought is not always, it's not common. It takes more work than I think most people think. And I remember when I first, we talked about this, I think, in another live stream, but I remember when I joined the program, I thought I was a good writer and actually a pretty good writer. And then now I look back at some of the stuff and I think, oh my goodness. And I remember getting that first essay back from her and just almost be a little bit shell-shocked. I was like, oh my goodness, what did I get myself into? And I actually did it was philosophy and culture, and I did the last project you could do, an art project. And I actually painted a painting of Dante's Purgatory. It was my rendition of it, and not that I can paint, but it was just like I did not want to do another essay, which I should have. But anyway, but yeah, she's really good. And it's just it made it a really unique experience. I'm really glad that I went through it at the time. Just a collection of people that came through. It just feels like a really special experience to me. It wasn't something like Zach and I are both business majors, and so it wasn't even on my radar. And I remember New Year's Day 2015, reading that Lee Strobel had come on staff at HBU, and I was like, really? Okay, he's the only person I actually knew in apologetics, and I thought, I don't know what's going on there, but whatever it is, I want to be a part of it. And so I sent it off, and I wasn't even. I just thought, okay, God, if you want me to do this, you're going to have to open the doors. If not, keep shut, because I had no idea what I was getting into. But it's been a really fun experience. So anyway, we are at the end of our section, and we are going to go to, we're in this here. We're going to go into one last wrap up and with our final giveaway. But I want to thank you all so much for joining us today and for your contributions and for your continued participation in the journal and making it what it is. So anyway, we'll say goodbye to everyone, and we will see you on the other side of the video.
Thanks, Carla.
Bye. We are at the end. Oh my gosh. Every time this feels like a marathon. Okay.
That was awesome. What a great session. I love hearing those stories. I love it. It never gets old.
Okay, so we are at the very giveaway for a 1-year subscription to an unexpected journal. So if you haven't already, be sure to enter the hashtag harvest into the chat or into the comments wherever you're listening from, and we're going to be doing that. Is there anything else you want to say before we get to giveaway, Zach, or some thoughts about the end of 2021 and going into 2022? Well,
yes, the entire year in review according to Zach. No, it was excellent, and it's just been so great to see the comments, people talking today, people interacting. So thank you all out there for being a part of it. We're so grateful for all the support so far.
And if you get a copy of the journal or if you read the piece of design and there's something that you really connect with, we'd love to hear about it. Send us an email at unexpectedjournal@gmail.com and just let us know. Our contributors, like to get feedback about their work, and if it's something that has connected with you or illustrated something to you in a new way, then send us a note there and we will forward that on to them. So I just have one other thing I want to say before we get to our final giveaway. I went to a conference one time when Dr. Ordway was speaking, and it was philosophy and philosophy and art or something like that. And she was speaking on Tolkien, and she said that she was just talking about what it was she was doing and how she was teaching apologetics in a new way. And she said, "I'm changing the world. I have leverage." And that's very, very true. She does. And what you've seen is in this segment, in this whole live stream, is part of her leverage. And so we're thanking her for that. So anyway, are we ready for our giveaway, grand prize? Are we ready for that?
Let's do it. I'm ready.
Okay, so I'm going to draw again, and we will see who the winner is. Now, remember, if you've already won once, then you don't get to win again. But we will see who wins this one.
I think we've had more entrants in this one than we've had in our other ones, which is super exciting.
Yay! Diana Glyer, awesome. So if you don't, we actually mentioned, yeah, she is the author of Bandersnatch, and we talked a little bit about her book in one of the earlier sessions. So congratulations, Diana. Thank you for watching our live stream. Awesome. So I'm assuming that Holly has your address, but if not, send it to us, and so we can get you your books. So congratulations. And we'll be sending you a copy of the journal for the next year. So you get to see all the fun ones that we have coming up. So anyway, well, we have been talking for 4 hours about an unexpected journal, The Imaginative Harvest of Holly Ordway. So after all this, I hope you're interested. I hope you pick up a copy or maybe a couple copies and give them to a few friends. Have a book club discussion list. You want some book club discussion questions, let us know. We'll send them to you. Anyway, but I think we are about ready to call it a wrap, aren't we?
I would say so. This has been a lot of fun, and yeah, thank you, Carla, too. You do a ton of work on this video stuff, and again, I talked earlier about the things people don't see. Obviously, they see it, but they don't know you're behind it. So thank you for all your work.
You're very welcome. It's been fun. It's been an experience, because just to be honest with you, I don't actually wouldn't have done videos, I don't think, if it hadn't have been for the journal and just realizing that we needed to start getting it promoted in different ways. So that forced me out of my little comfort zone too. So anyway, but we hope you have a great weekend, and happy holiday from all of us at An Unexpected Journal. And thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time.